All the praises be to Allah, the Lord of the universe, the most gracious, the most merciful, the only owner of the day of recompense. You alone we worship, and you alone we seek for help. Guide us to the straight path. Guide us to the straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your grace, not those of who earned your anger, nor those who went astray. Our Lord, we have gathered here for this event. We pray for your guidance. Guide us in all our activities. We pray for your blessings. We pray for your mercy. We pray for your forgiveness. For those who are sick, we pray that you give them health. For those with difficulties, we pray that you give them relief. Bless our families, bless our communities, bless our nations. In Islam we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oganyo.
Let's bow down and pray. Heavenly Father, as we humbly come before you this morning, we thank you very much for the gift of this new day and the life that you've bestowed upon all of us. Father, we come before you with our hearts filled with absolute gratitude and thanksgiving. You're a wonder and keep doing great wonders for us, through us. Thank you how far we've come by your mercies and grace alone. Dear Lord Jesus, we pray that you may guide us, our every thought, words and actions throughout the conference. King of heaven and earth, this morning we are gathered here in your presence, and we are judges and magistrates and various officers in the various courts throughout the East African region. May you bless us and be with us throughout the ceremony. I begin by praying for the President of the Republic of Kenya, who will join us later. May you guide all of us throughout the conference. We pray for the judges in all the courts and the judicial officers and staff in the entire East African community, so that they may judge wisely and fairly and give them wisdom and discernment to balance justice and mercy. Heavenly Father, creator of heavens and earth, we are confident that you sovereignly place every leader that you have marked the days for, which you use them for your purpose. You may, by your mighty hand, we pray that you may be merciful to our nation, to work in the hearts of all those who you've given authority. We pray for peace, we pray for unity, but whether in conflict or unity, we are confident that you are implementing your plan and accomplishing your will. God, I pray that you bless all our leaders in Kenya with your divine wisdom and mind of Christ, so that they can make decisions with understanding and humility. I acknowledge your supreme authority and ask that our leaders would rightly appropriate your place in their lives. Heavenly Father, we lift up the conference and the organizers and participants in prayer, asking for your wisdom and divine guidance as they plan and execute a successful conference, as well as participate therefrom. Grant the organizers the insight to make informed decisions, the creativity to design impactful sessions, and patience to address any challenges that may arise. Dear Lord, as we gather here for this special event, we place it in your hands, asking for your blessing and guidance. May you open our hearts and minds so that, Lord, we may benefit from this conference. We pray all this, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We may have our seats. The Honorable Justice Ambassador Gamaliel Nkurunziza, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Burundi, the Honorable Bashe Yusuf Ahmed, the Chief Justice of the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Honorable Justice Benjamin Bakdeng, the Chief Justice and President of South Sudan, the Honorable Justice Dr. Flavian Zeija, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Lady Justice Isabella Kalingahabo, Judge of the Supreme Court of Rwanda, the Honorable Lady Justice Geraldine Umugwaneza, President of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, together with your distinguished counsel, the Honorable Justice Nesta Kayobera, Judge President, East African Court of Justice, judges of the Supreme Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, the Honorable Wilfrida Mokaya, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Chief Registrars from Tanzania, the Chief Court Administrator from Tanzania, and the Chief Registrar from Uganda, the Honorable Justice Peter Mulwa, who is the President of the Kenya Magistrate and Judges Association, together with your distinguished counsel of KMJA, the Honorable Justice Stephen Radido, the former KMJA President, and also the Chairperson of the Local Organizing Committee, Superior Judges of Kenya, and the complementary courts in East Africa, distinguished judges and magistrates from the East African region, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Mr. Renson Ingonga, members of the Local Organizing Committee, honorable judicial officers, senior judiciary staff, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. That was a mouthful. It shows this is a very distinguished congregation today, isn't it? Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. You are most welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. We are very delighted we can come out as champions of justice. Because if you look at our laws, and let me cite our own constitution in Kenya, it says in Article 159 that judicial authority is derived from the people. The power that we have as judges and judicial officers comes from the people. The people have bestowed this upon us so that we can make decisions on their behalf. We can be that independent referee to help ensure that justice is done. So we are gathered here for this week, and we are going to have a wonderful time as we look at what is our responsibility. We who are privileged in society to be judges and magistrates that have got this very onerous task of ensuring that justice is dispensed. What is it we can learn from in this week so that as we go back to our
distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, allow me to rely on the protocols which have been amply and heavily laid down by the Deputy Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Paul Ndemo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The KMJA, the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, is proud and glad to host the 22nd edition of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association annual conference. Karibuni, Kenya, and a very good morning. On behalf of the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, I extend the warmest embrace of Kenyan hospitality. It is both an honor and a profound responsibility to welcome you to Nairobi for this 22nd annual conference of our cherished East African Magistrates and Judges Association. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered not just as colleagues, but as a family of justice, united by a shared purpose that transcends our borders. We meet here today under a theme that is both a mirror and a map: justice beyond brick and mortar, unlocking multi-door pathways for people-centered justice in East Africa. This theme holds a mirror to a sobering reality. For countless citizens across our region, the very courthouses we serve in those majestic symbols of the law are perceived not as beacons of hope, but as distant fortresses, They are intimidating, they are slow, and they are often inaccessible. While the formal courtroom remains the bedrock of our constitutional order, we must ask, does it then have to be the only room where justice resides? Yet this theme also provides us with a map and a way forward. It declares that justice is not the monopoly of a single imposing doorway. It is a public good that must be felt in the homes, in the marketplaces, and in the hearts of every East African. The multi-door concept we gather to explore is a collective answer. It is the recognition that justice must be accessible routes through alternative justice systems. Systems that resonate with cultural wisdom through mediation and builds bridges through small claims courts that deliver speed and simplicity, and through restorative processes that heal communities. Esteemed guests and delegates, over the next few days, we as judges and judicial officers will transition from being solely habiters at the end of the narrow corridor to becoming the architects of a more expansive justice landscape. We will benefit from thought-provoking keynotes, interactive presentations, and lively panel discussions that will reflect the vibrant diversities of our communities. We will share the blueprint from Rwanda's innovations, the framework from Uganda's mediation successes, the community models from Tanzania, and the evolving experiments from Kenya. We will grapple with the tough questions. How do we ensure quality and rights across all doors? How does technology extend rather than exclude? And crucially, how do we as judges and magistrates recalibrate our role from the very ivory tower to the village square as guardians, as connectors, and as standard bearers for this integrated vision? Honorable colleagues, please feel free to connect with our speakers, fellow delegates, and our sponsoring partners. This conference is as much about the conversations we have off stage as the sessions on the agenda. Let us make the most of the knowledge exchange and the fun ahead, and together create memories that will inspire us for years to come. To our invaluable partners, your presence here is a testament to the fact that justice is a whole of society endeavor. Thank you for walking this path with us. To the judiciary of Kenya, under the inspirational leadership of the Honorable the Chief Justice Martha Koome, we express our deepest gratitude for hosting this family reunion of East African justice. Your commitment to this agenda sets the stage for our deliberations. In the enduring spirit of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, let us therefore engage with open minds, let us learn with generous hearts, and let us commit with bold resolve. Let us leave this place not only with new ideas, but with a renewed pact and a shared commitment to unlock every door, to meet our people where they are, and to ensure that justice in all its forms reaches every corner of the East African region. Once again, welcome and enjoy the conference. Thank you so much. It is now my distinguished pleasure to invite the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, Honorable Frida Mokaya, to do the opening remarks.
Thank you, Justice Peter Mulwa, President of KMJA. Your Lordships, the Chief Justices present, the President of Eamja, Lady Justice Geraldine Omugwaneza, the President of KMJA, Honorable Peter Mulwa, distinguished judges, esteemed judicial officers present, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, hamjamboni. Good morning. My brothers and sisters, honorable judges and judicial officers from across the East Africa community, it is a profound honor and privilege to welcome you all to Kenya and to Nairobi, the vibrant city under the sun. On behalf of the judiciary of Kenya, we are delighted to host you for the 22nd East Africa Magistrates and Judges Association Conference, convened under the compelling theme that has already been stated, which is justice beyond brick and mortar. This theme invites us to reimagine justice, not as a physical place, but as a dynamic ecosystem capable of driving socio-economic transformation across our nations. We extend our deep appreciation to the Eamja Executive Council for entrusting Kenya with this eminent convening. We equally invite you to enjoy Nairobi's cultural vibrancy, its warmth and hospitality of the Kenyan people during your stay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme speaks directly to the realities that we confront as leaders managing the administrative engines of our judiciaries. Justice as a public service is evolving alongside the broader socio-economic landscape. To remain relevant and responsive, we must continuously retool our systems and embed new effective mechanisms for service delivery. The East Africa Community Regional Strategy and Plan 2022 to 2026 rightly identifies regional peace, security, and good governance as foundational pillars of integration. The justice sector is the fulcrum upon which these aspirations rest. This conference, therefore, offers us a critical platform to examine which justice pathways, whether formal, digital, community-based, or alternative justice systems, are adequate in delivering the greatest impact and value to our citizens. It also challenges us to examine whether our investment models sufficiently reflect today's technology-driven innovation-enabled realities. An emerging challenge that I see, especially as an accounting officer, and from my perspective, is how to sustainably and adequately fund our judicial associations. These associations are not peripheral. They are strategic levers that enhance peer learning, entrench collaboration, strengthen professional standards, and build the jurisprudential coherence our regions need. Yet their mandates continue to expand faster than the resources available to support them. We must therefore rethink and innovate around financing models that ensure that these institutions remain resilient and future ready. Yesterday, during the Chief Justices Forum on pre-conference, the Chief Justices Pre-Conference Forum, our host, the Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, issued a timely call that all participating member states should establish and strengthen their judicial associations. Our sister countries, such as Somalia, South Sudan, and Burundi, stand to gain significantly from such institutional investments. Associations are engines for capacity building, peer accountability, and regional solidarity. Strengthening them is therefore not optional, and it is a strategic imperative for a modern, confident, and people-centered justice system across East Africa. Indeed, many of us in judicial leadership today and across our respective judiciaries are products of these associations, and I speak for many when I say this. I am a testament to the impact of structured peer networks, platforms that sharpen competence and cultivate leadership. I had the privilege of serving in the Eamja Council alongside several colleagues who today are distinguished judges holding leadership roles across the region. A direct example is the current president of Eamja, Lady Justice Geraldine Umugwanza. I also recognize Justice Katie Rima, who is in our midst from Uganda, and Professor Ole Gabriel from Tanzania, and many others who are present in our gathering today. As the East African community advances its integration agenda across trade, mobility, governance, and security, let us use this conference to elevate our collective ambition, and let it be marked by bold ideas, actionable strategies, and commitments that materially enhance the justice experience for the people that we serve. Allow me to commend the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, led by its president, Honorable Peter Mulwa, together with the entire organizing committee of this conference, led by Honorable Justice Radido, for their exemplary stewardship in delivering this conference. Kindly let us applaud them. I also extend sincere gratitude to all our development partners who support us continuously in order to expand the frontiers of justice in our region. Once again, on behalf of the Kenyan judiciary, I warmly welcome you to this 22nd East Africa and Magistrates Conference. Karibuni sana. God bless you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chief Registrar of the Judiciary of Kenya. I trust you are now feeling welcomed. Great. It's my privilege now to welcome my co-moderator, Duncan Okello, who will take over from here. Mr. Duncan Okello, please, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Are you happy? Why am I skeptical? Some truths are self-evident. Let's see the delegations that are here. And when I invite you, please, you can shout your national motto. Like in Kenya, we have something called Hakuna Matata. So choose yours as a country. So I'll ask each delegation to rise so that we see who they are, and then you shout your national motto. If you don't have any, just say justice, right? There are loud consultations in the room. Let's see the Ugandan delegation. Let's all rise. Where is the Ugandan delegation? I can see some Kenyans who live along the border confused. What's the Ugandan motto? What did you say? Other delegations, please listen in because I'll ask. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Uganda. That's a very large delegation. Rwanda. Let's all rise up. Let's give a round of applause to Rwanda. What's the motto? Huh? Hello? Okay, that one. Thank you very much. I think on per capita terms, a small country with a very huge delegation. Thank you, Rwanda. Burundi. Let's all be upstanding. The delegation from Burundi, are they here? I'm not seeing any. All right. Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano. Hey. Thank you, Tanzania. This feels like an invasion. You are so many. Karibuni sana. What's the national motto? Okay, tumeelewa hiyo. Somalia. Somalia delegation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Somalia. What's the motto? What's the motto? Salam alaikum. Thank you very much. Be seated. Which country is remaining? Zanzibar. Is there Zanzibar? Oh, yes. Thank you, Zanzibar. There's a famous song. Which one is it? About clubs? Huh? Bas, Zanzibar Njema. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Which country is remaining? South Sudan, the Republic of South Sudan. And the Chief Justice is here looking at me. South Sudan. Thank you. What's the South Sudan motto? Somalia. Thank you. Is there any other country remaining? Huh? Is it a country? Kenya. Let's all be upstanding. These are our hosts. You've done a wonderful job. What's the motto, Kenya? Hakuna matatu. Oh, matata. Thank you. Thank you. That's just to wake us up a little bit, and I want to add my voice to the sentiments expressed by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary and recognize the Chair of the Organizing Committee, Justice Redido, who has done a wonderful job. Let's all be upstanding as we welcome the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Chief Justice Martha Koome, who's just joined us. Welcome, Chief Justice. Welcome very much. Thank you, Chief Justice. Karibu sana. Asante. Let's all be seated. Welcome, Chief Justice. We're just beginning the program in session 1. I was just acknowledging the organizing committee led by Judge Redido. I don't know whether we've all met him. Judge Redido, just stand and wave so that they know you. That is the man behind this entire operation and his committee, and they'll be introduced at the right time. My task is very simple, to direct the program for session 1. And session 1, the theme of session 1 is the future of justice is multi-door, from courtrooms to communities. The case for imagining and maintaining AJS in our systems. So it is my pleasure to invite the moderator for this session, Honorable Justice Dr. Angelo Rumisha, Judge of the High Court of Tanzania. Judge Rumisha, welcome. He replaces Honorable Justice Lillian Jonas Itemba. Let's give a round of applause to the moderator, our friend from the Republic of Tanzania. The lead presenter for this session will be Honorable Justice Professor Joel Ngugi, Judge of Appeal, Judge of the Court of Appeal, Kenya, and Chair of the AJS Steering Committee in Kenya. Judge Ngugi, please welcome. We'll be beaming their bios on the screen, so please note that. Justice Ngugi, please take your seat to the right. Let me also invite the discussants for this session, Honorable Karihagabo Isabel, Judge of the Supreme Court of Rwanda. Welcome, Judge. Welcome. Then the last discussant will be Honorable Elimo D. Masawe, Deputy Registrar, Tanzania. Welcome, Honorable Masawe. So this will be the session we'll be having, and I would like to hand over to the moderator of the session, Justice Rumisha, to proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you very much. Welcome, Judge.
My Lord, the Chief Justices, the Deputy Chief Justices, Justice of the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, colleagues, judges of the High Court, judicial officers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. This first session has got, it's running for 1.5 hours. We've agreed with the presenters that Honorable Mr. Justice Professor Ngugi will spend 30 minutes in the presentation. Thereafter, we've got 15 minutes for each discussant. Then we have 15 minutes for the plenary. Without wasting much of time, and thank you so much the MC for introducing our panelists and the presenter. So allow me to welcome Mr. Justice Professor Ngugi to take the floor and make the presentation. You can be, whatever comfortable you are, at the podium or here, it's fine.
Honorable Chief Justice present. Is this on? Okay. And all the judges and esteemed delegates, good morning. Allow me to write on the protocols that have been established, and I can move on directly to the substance. Actually, I should start by saying, I do feel like late at night, the president of KMJ and the chief registrar of the judiciary stole my notes and reproduced them in their speeches this morning. Because most of what I was going to say, they have said. So I will take that as the rhetorical version of my paper. And now I will present the conceptual version of what it is that I wanted to say. My central proposition, so that I avoid any anticlimax, is very simple. It's simply that the future of justice in our region is multi-door. So I just want in the next 30 or so minutes to invite you to reimagine our justice system from the courtroom, which we are very familiar with, back to our communities. I want you to just invite you to imagine that we are rebuilding our justice system from the single door that we are very familiar with to a multi-door architecture, one that I believe matches the complexities of our societies, one that I believe matches the aspirations of our societies, one that I believe reflects the lived realities of our societies. And while you are in that mode of imagining, I want you to just imagine, because as we do often, you've come from a very long day at work, either trial or at the appellate level. You are tired. You've written judgments, you've written rulings. You have met a few obnoxious lawyers, like we always do, some cantankerous. They have annoyed you, you are tired, your nerves are frayed, and you go home. And just as you get into your home, I want you to imagine that your significant other or the person whose house you live in tells you that there's some news that involves the judiciary on the TV. Now, if you're like me, you make a point of not watching news. By the way, that is rule number 1 of wellness for judges. Don't stop watching news. It will improve your lifestyle by at least 30%. But in this one case, the person whose house you live in has invited you to watch. And when you watch, the announcer is just saying, this is just in. So assume you're in Kenya, and this is just in. And they're announcing that when Kenyans have a justice need, this is where you work every day. You are very tired. But when Kenyans have a justice need, only 10% go to court or tribunals. And you're imagining this significant other is asking you, so are you so tired? Only 10%. Then the announcer also says 19% of Kenyans do nothing when they have a justice need. By the way, these numbers, for those of you who've had this presentation before, have just been improved in the last 2 weeks because we have new figures from Professor Gabriel Lynch and Karuti Kanyinga. So these are the newest numbers. 19% do nothing. And 17%, 71% go to alternative justice systems. So this seems like an affray to you, isn't it? You are tired. You spend all your time writing judgments. In fact, there are 2 in your briefcase right now, and it's only 10%. And you're persistently tired. In fact, you take leave to write judgments. The point being, there seems to be something wrong with that, the architecture of justice then. So today I just want to invite you to reimagine the architecture of justice, how it could be. We take it from the courtroom to the communities. And I want to suggest to you at least 6 reasons why we should do so. And then I will discuss with you what I see as 2 challenges, 3 challenges in doing so, and hopefully by the end I will suggest solutions to those challenges. So, just in case in the middle of this my time is up, at least let me say upfront why multi-door justice is urgent. Here are the 6 reasons, and I will go through them very quickly in the next few minutes. First of all, the first reason is just access to justice. I'll just discuss with you those numbers that I gave. By the way, those numbers are for Kenya, but they reflect each country here to different, they're almost identical. They are very small margins. The second one is the need to expand the civic autonomy and agency of our people. Third one is that multi-door tends to be more optimal justice for many different kinds of cases than the adversarial system. The fourth one is the system resilience that is inherent in multi-door approach. The fifth one is the fact that it's easier to include the vulnerable and the underserved when you have a multi-door system. And lastly, it is an opportunity to indigenize our justice practices, both our jurisprudence and our demoprudence. At least I thought for those of you who will be going home from this conference, you should carry one word. There is the word for the conference, demoprudence. I will explain what that is in a minute. Now, why do I say multi-door approach is the way to expand access to justice? Remember those numbers that I gave earlier. In Kenya, 19% of Kenyans have no access to justice. This is what it means when you say they take no action when they have a justice need. So their justice needs are unmet. This number in Uganda is in the 20s. In South Sudan, say so because I see our Chief Justice is here, this number is in around 43%. In Tanzania, it's slightly less. But the numbers are roughly these numbers. Why should this number worry us? It should worry us because it means these are people under our watch. When we've been given the monopoly of justice in our different countries, they have no access to justice. They have their justice needs unmet. Now, I need not remind us as judges and magistrates and Cathys that access to justice is the anchor right. And there can be no sustainable development, as SDG 16 tells us, without access to justice as that anchor right, because it anchors all the other rights. So you cannot hope to achieve access to sustainable development without significantly reducing that justice gap. Then when you go to this 10%, this is 10% of our citizens who come to us, yet we all can agree, at least from all the different countries I've been to in East Africa, we're overwhelmed. We're overwhelmed by these numbers. There's no country in East Africa that has no significant backlog. There have no significant case delays. So this number should worry us as well, because these numbers keep increasing. And at least we know from our experiment in Kenya, the answer to not being overwhelmed by this number of cases of people who come to our courts every year, and they keep increasing every year, is certainly not to increase the number of judges and magistrates, because in Kenya, we have been there, we've done that. Between 2011, the example I always give is between 2011 and now, the number of magistrates in Kenya has more than doubled. The number of judges in Kenya has more than tripled. The backlog in Kenya remains the same. So that number should worry us. Then this 71% of people who are going to get their justice elsewhere in AJS should worry us, not because they shouldn't be going there, but because we have no idea what kind of justice they're getting there. And I say it is our business to know. Because the monopoly of administering justice in the Constitution has been given to our judiciaries in each of our countries. So the examples I always give is if you have a church or a mosque and you have congregants who always come to your church and then they stop coming, and it's every Sunday you go and you find only 10% of your congregants are in church, but the other 71% are worshiping somewhere else, in bars, in different places and so forth. That should worry you as a preacher. So one of the reasons one of the urgent needs to think about a multi-door approach is simply that we need to expand access to justice. We need to reduce the justice gap. And as I've said, in each of our countries, we have a significant justice gap. In fact, 19% is the least. We need to figure out what to do with the 10% of cases that are coming to our courts that are overwhelming us. And we need to find out, engage, and improve the quality of justice that is being received in the 71% of cases that are going to the alternative justice systems. Because right now, it's a black box, and we don't have a very good idea what's happening there. So, one way to deal with that, of course, is to open the multiple pathways to justice. Have a multiple architecture to justice. So we'll talk about the challenges that come with that in a minute. Let me go to the second reason. The second reason why it's important to have this multi-door approach is because it is the approach that truly aggrandizes the civic autonomy and agency of our citizens. People-centered justice is by definition, multi-door. It's by definition pluralistic in nature. It does not provide a monolithic template for providing justice. So what do multiple doors do? They increase the voice, they increase the participation, and they increase community governance. It's returning the path of justice, the journeys of justice back to the people. Because it's believing that the people not only have a voice, but have the autonomy and the liberty to exercise that choice, including the choice to choose where they want their disputes to be resolved, where they want their justice making to happen, where they can choose their own grammar of justice. In court, we have our own grammar of justice as the default forum. But people should have a right to exit and enter new fora where they can have their own grammar of justice. So in other words, believing in the civic autonomy and agency of our citizens is believing, unlike our adversarial system, which we have learned very well, this is why we always use words such as, your humble petitioner prays. That language suggests that the justice seeker is a supplicant. But I'm inviting you today to imagine that the justice seeker is not a supplicant, but a co-producer of justice. When you start thinking of them as people who have autonomy and agency, then not only that does the architecture change, but the quality of justice and justice making also changes. Second reason. Third reason why this call is urgent is an obvious one. I'm sure if I ask this room right now why 71% of Kenyans choose to go to AJS, I will get as many reasons as there are people, as there are delegates in this room. Because it's true that there are some kinds of disputes that simply do not belong in adversarial settings, and especially in our African setting. especially in our East African settings. I'm sure you've done that one case where you just feel that this is a case that could have been better resolved elsewhere because of the cultural nuance involved, because of the ongoing relationships that are involved, because of the restorative outcomes that are needed for it to be optimal justice, because of the creativity that sometimes is needed. Sometimes all the people want, all the litigants want, all the justice seeker wants is to be told, yes, I wronged you, and I'm sorry. And that's something that as courts we can't do. We can't give something as simple as that. Maybe we can do that in defamation cases. We can order an apology. But usually, we can't. It's a very difficult one. I have done a succession court case in the High Court where after all the 13 siblings were in my court and I asked what's the real problem, the firstborn stood up and said, the real problem is that none of these people really respects me. But the file was very fat. It had been in court for 9 years. So what is the remedy for that? And if you read all the applications presented by the lawyers, none of them says, Your Honor, the problem is that they do not respect my client. That will never come presented like that. It will always take the clothes of a legal journal. They will make up some legal argument about it. But there are so many cases I know you sit and you listen and you know this is one case that probably should not be in this court. And there are many. So the 10% of the cases that we handle that tie us very much every day, perhaps those are the cases that don't belong in court. Just allow me to detour and give you just one story of the first case we handled through alternative justice systems in Kajiado County, which is in southern Kenya. When we introduced alternative justice systems in Kajiado, the first person who registered for the case was an old man. He had a land case. That case was in court for 32 years. I am not making it up. It was filed in 1992. It is the old man who filed the case. He filed the case, he said, because he did not want that case to be resolved. Did you hear that? In other words, he used our court as the parking bay. Why? Because he knew if the case was hard, he had the title, original title. You know what we used to say about the first registration of title? He had the first title, but he knew that if the case was hard and determined, he would win. And he did not want to win. He did not want to win because he knew the land was not his. And he knew if he won, he will be forced to distribute the land to his sons, who are now of age. He also knew under the Ma culture that if you distribute land that does not belong to you, and especially if it belongs to a widow, and the land belongs to a widow, it will be passing on a curse to your sons up to the 7th generation. So he never wanted to win. But he didn't know what to tell his sons. So his best bet was to file a case. So he could tell his sons, we have a case in court. I cannot distribute the land to you because we have a case in court. And every time the case came up for trial, there would be a reason why it couldn't proceed. One time he was sick. The other time his lawyer was sick. The next time his mother was dead. The next time his father died. The next time he forgot the mother had died, she died again. 32 years. case kept going on and on and on because he never wanted it to be completed. He knew the person who really owned his land was his brother, who was more powerful, who owned the adjacent land, but he had no means of confronting his brother. So he registered that case as the first case in Kajiado. That case was resolved in one afternoon. I actually traveled to Kajiado to hand over the title deed. I was very happy that day. So tell me, the day we went to hand the title deed, he said something very profound. He said, "Thank you for saving me from passing a curse to my sons." So, tell me, in your courts, do you have a remedy called preventing distributing curses to sons? Is that one of the common law remedies? It doesn't exist. So 2 things there. First of all, it tells you why these 10% of cases persist in our courts. And they persist in part because we don't have these multiple pathways. If we had the multiple pathways, if we had AJS in Kajiado in 1992, this is where Mzee Leshinka would have gone. Instead, he was forced to park the case in our courts. So when we get very tired and we go home and we ask, "Why are you very tired?" you should also remember to say, other than writing judgments, you're also an attendant in a parking bay. Because that's a lot of what we do in our courts. So there are so many kinds of cases where better quality justice. This is especially true in our African setting. The quality of justice will be better achieved through the multiple pathways. And that's not to say anything negative about our courts. It's just to say that there are different doors of justice. 4, system sustainability. So I just decided to put this here for people who've done program work, because we always test for system sustainability and so forth. So for example, you remember when we had COVID and all of a sudden we had to close our courts very suddenly and so forth. One of the things that should have taught us is that our systems of justice are very brittle. They can break. They're very fragile. They can break very easily. That would not be so if we had multiple pathways of justice, because at least there will be other places where we can fall back if this adversarial system becomes too brittle. So the multi-door pathway is number 5. Multiple pathways have a better chance of including vulnerable groups. There are so many people. Out of the 19%, by the way, of the Kenyans who said that they take no action, 57% of the 19% said that the reason they do not take any action is because they cannot afford to. Because courts are too expensive and they take too long. So people-centered justice mechanisms are better able. Of our countries have been independent now. We've been superintending of our courts for 60 years, 65 years. But we've been slow in developing indigenous jurisprudence. I think I can make that claim as a scholar. We have still continued relying on doctrines that are colonial in nature, many of them quite problematic in their origins, and so forth. The other day I cringed reading a judgment that was describing the Maa way of life as nomadic, because if you do any scholarly research on what it means to be nomadic, it's a very pejorative. They practice transhumance, which is a different thing than saying nomadic. But that's a concept that acquired a life in the law and led to legal outcomes, for example. So multiple pathways, I believe, because there is no monolithic templates, they are pluralistic and give us a better chance to indigenize our jurisprudence, meaning the substantive norms of our justice. But because I've been told about them, because you would have seen them. So I believe, first of all, in East Africa, this is the right time to be talking about this because we are in a regional moment of convergence. All our different countries are trying different ways, I think, as we heard earlier today, of establishing these multiple, what's happening with mediation in Uganda, to the, what's happening in Rwanda with their Bunzi system, to the world tribunals in Tanzania, and to the community models in South Sudan and Burundi. Concerns and challenges, very quickly. I see three main ones, which I just want to put on the table. The first one that I see are human rights questions, human rights concerns that are often raised, especially when we're talking about community models or alternative justice systems, which rely on customary models. They are questions, valid questions, that are usually asked about human rights. How do we ensure that the human rights, minimum constitutional and human rights norms are adhered to in these models? The second one, I call the challenge of court imperialism and legocentrism. This is just the challenge that for especially lawyers and many other people who've received Western-style education would believe that the liberal, Western, rational, Cartesian legal system is the best way that has ever been invented by man for resolving disputes. And it is the kind of indoctrination that has been drilled in us since we were in first year in law school. So it's not very easy to get rid of it. And the last one is the challenge of forum shopping and or whether these multiple doors provide finality or whether they are treated as courts of first instance and so forth. Just, well, and the last, this flows from the first one, what our role is as judges, as magistrates, as cathists, when it comes to these multiple pathways. Because sometimes we think, I was hired to listen to cases, I will listen to cases. My work is not to worry about the 19% who have no access to justice. My work is not to worry about the 71% and where they're receiving justice. My work is to worry about the 10% that comes to me. And of course, all these, actually, let me just stop here and say, all these concerns have give you answers to them. So that I stop here, and then I give my panelists a chance to respond. Is that okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Professor Ngugi, for reminding us just three things, what we picked. First, bring us back to the role of the judiciaries in meeting domestic, regional, and global aspirations, reminding us of UN Development Goals 16, where we feature in, and perhaps African Agenda 2063, specifically Aspiration 4. But now the data you've shared with us are really mind-blowing. 71% of people who would rather have their disputes resolved through AGS. This has reminded me one in the paper, Geometrics, the next step forward, it was published in Minnesota Law, that it's, when you're describing law, perhaps this would be the feedback of other people, how they see us. He notes, law is a profession, is one of the most significant anomalies of modern times, that the law, which exists as a public guide to conduct, has become such a mystery that's supposed to guide the actions of people living in the society, have become the sacred cult of a group of priestly professions. The mystic ritual of this cult is announced to the public, if at all, only in bewildering jargons. Now, my lords, perhaps sharing experience from other jurisdictions in the East Africa, getting perspectives from other colleagues in the, where we can share experience. Allow me to welcome Justice Isabel to share Rwanda perspectives. Karibu, Judge.
My lords, justices, distinguished judges and judicial officers, rely on the protocols earlier established. And good morning, Hamjambo. But I would, because they used to be in our culture before the colonialism. I would like to give you two examples of what was being done in Rwanda before the ordinary courts settle disputes among the communities. I will give one example of when there is a dispute between spouses, and then the wife decides to go back home. What the man had to do is to go to the wife's family and plead guilty, even if he didn't have any wrongdoing. He just had to go and say, "I'm sorry, please, I want my wife back." The dispute ended there. The family gave some gifts to the woman and accompanied her with her husband. They went back to their home. That was the end of the story. The delay depended on the decision of the man to come to his wife's family. That was the only delay he used to have. Another case is when there is a dispute between two families. Now, for example, one has disputed, a young man has disputed with another one. They fought, and probably one is killed. The measure was the retaliation. So there is another young man from the other family who had to be killed. And then another retaliation. But when would this end? This is where one had to take a decision, this stop. Then gather the two families, exchange cows, exchange beers, and finish the dispute there. And they even had to marry some young people to reunite the families. And the dispute ended there. And among those families, to end the dispute, where people gathered under a tree on a solution, which always ended by sharing beer. With the coming of the ordinary justice with the colonialism, we had judges. And one has to be found guilty, another one have justice. One had to win, and another one to lose. I know one of us wants to lose. It is very hard for people to accept that they lost, that someone else tells you that you have lost. It is really hard in our culture to accept that you lost. And I think this is where now we're sitting here seeing the consequences of these ordinary courts, lengthy cases. We take decisions to increase the number of judges, the number of courts, the budget, whatever, but the cases don't end. There are some who last for years, like Professor mentioned one case. Now, the reopening or re-engineering the multi-door system is becoming the landscape of justice delivery, undergoing a transformative shift worldwide to emphasize a more inclusive, accessible, and community-centered approach. The concept of multi-door justice system advocates for diversified pathways beyond traditional courtrooms, such as community-based mechanisms, ADR initiatives, and integrated justice services. Enhance justice accessibility, promote social harmony, and reduce case backlogs. And Rwanda has made remarkable strides in reforming its justice sector post-genocide against the Tutsi, striving for efficiency, fairness, and reconciliation. The justice system is anchored in a mix of formal judicial processes, complemented by ADR mechanisms such as mediation and community reconciliation programs. Notable policies include that we have a criminal justice policy which allows the pre-bargaining and victim offender mediation. We have the ADR policy, which gives framework for various areas of promoting the use of mediation in civil, administrative, and some criminal cases. And those policies, both of them were adopted in September 2022. We have the National Reconciliation Policy of 2018, and now we are undergoing amendment of laws to implement the policies and give a good framework for those initiatives. Some of those initiatives are from state providers, like local leaders, through what is called Inteko z'abaturage, that means community gatherings, every Tuesday afternoon at the cell level, where local leaders sit with the community and discuss of any issues they are and try to handle them. And this is done every Tuesday, every week. We have also what we call inshuti z'umuryango, friends of the family, to handle disputes, family disputes. And these are also done very often, and many of those cases are handled there. We have some which are more formal, like Abunzi, the professor mentioned them, and MAJ, Maison d'Accès à la Justice. These are officers from the Ministry of Justice, officers available in every district to advise the community on issues and help them in all the legal matters they have. And of course, I have mentioned the pre-bargaining by the prosecution and Rwanda Investigation Bureau, and as well as the Ombudsman, who has that also opportunity. We have also non-state providers. We have more than 60 NGOs and CBOs who are providing a community-based dispute settlement. And we have 7 universities doing the same. We have also more than 522 accredited professional mediators and more than 2,000 religious-based systems for dispute settlement. All these are providing free and quick access to justice, and many of those cases are handled through those mechanisms. Why Rwanda has chosen this path? Of course, this takes us participated into the genocide and the need for justice. The country was overwhelmed, prisons overcrowded, and no one was ready to start to rebuild the country. That's when the country decided that those gachacha from the traditional justice may help not only to provide justice, but also to know the truth about the genocide and to promote unity and reconciliation among the community. Because if there is no reconciliation, there is no healing, and there is no development of the country, there is no hope for future. That's why gachacha was important into country healing and rebuilding. And as a result, only within 10 years, almost 2 million cases were heard and judged. People were able to go back now to think of the future and have hope. And it's from there that the country decided that actually what is needed is to involve the community in their own justice. It is clear that when the person participates in the process, owns more the outcome. And this is why actually we have many frameworks of dispute settlement which are people-centered. But quickly, what does this require? This requires also a number of things. First of all, legal framework. There is a legal framework that is needed to be able to establish those mechanisms. There must be a coordination of those and M&E of those mechanisms to be able to know what do we have, what are the outcomes, who to go and who is to handle this issue. We also need to put in place a documentation system. We know what the outcome of the gachacha courts, but we don't know how many cases are handled through those faith-based institutions or those NGOs, because there is no, we still don't have any framework to document all those institutions. There is also a need of awareness, because even if this has been successful in the country, we still have people who don't want any decision which doesn't say you won the case. We have people who stay in courts for years and years. I can give you an example of a case. When I joined the High Court in 2004, that case was, I was in the High Court, the case was there in appeal. And now recently when I joined the Supreme Court, the case was still there. Not the initial one, but they have initiated other cases from that one. And I heard that this case was also handled and judged by the Supreme Court. But I hear that they are now back in lower courts to try to reinitiate the case. So we still need to have awareness of those mechanisms and their benefits. We still need also to build the capacity of those providers. Some of them have no legal studies. Some of them are just communities. Professor mentioned some issues like the issue of human rights. Those people have no notion of what is human rights, how to protect those human rights. Of course, the human rights issue problem is not a real problem, because when people have agreed on the outcome, they are more than happy, and those issues of human rights don't really raise when through these mechanisms where they have participated in the outcome. However, capacity building is needed, and they need to have also capacity building, not only in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of equipment, among others, to also be able to document their reports and gains. I would not want to take more of your time. I think that I have gone through the benefits, but also the challenges and how the country has done to manage those challenges. Thank you, my lords.
Now, please, let's hear the Ugandan perspective, which will be shared by my Lord, Dr. Zeja, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda.
I had a soft form of the presentation, but anyway, still I can do without it. My lords, let me ride on the protocol that was outlined by one of our colleagues here. And I must say that when you are discussing a presentation by an expert, you are at sea. But I will try. Of course, the justice system we are running in the entire East African community, whether Burundi, that's the French, they use, I think, the Napoleonic Code mainly. Then you come to East Africa, we use the common law. So clearly, those are imported legal systems. Now, I don't want to belabor to tell you that actually the colonial system that was brought here did not understand our perspective of justice. If I can quote one case, Regis versus Amukeo, you know that case here in Kenya, where Justice Hamilton described our marriage here in Kenya as a wife purchase. And for that reason, he allowed a spouse to testify against the husband. Amukeo had stolen a cow. He ate it, and I think he buried the hide. So when it was unburied, they discovered that actually that the only person who saw him was his wife. And yet, under the law, a wife is a competent but not a comparable witness. So how did Hamilton play around it? He said, our marriage is not a marriage, it's wife purchase, so the wife can testify. Clear lack of understanding of our cultural systems. But apparently, I'm going to quote what Lord Denning said. Now, referring to the system they brought here. And this is what he said. This was in the case of Nyari Limited versus Attorney General. This case was decided in 1956 and is reported in Volume 1, Queen's Bench at page 1. And he noted, I quote, "The application of common law principles in Africa legal systems was likened to transplanting an English oak to African soil and expecting it to retain the tough character which it has in England without careful tending." So actually, Lord Denning was telling us that the system they brought here cannot grow here. That was in 1956, but we didn't learn. So, now I will tell you that even in England, where the common law system is, they are also now running away from it, going to Martdoa. Now, there was a case, I think, which was decided in 2004, where a judge of the High Court in England said that for him, when a matter comes before court, he has no business referring it to mediation, and it is unconstitutional to actually do so because he swore to uphold to administer justice in courts of law. Then I think in 2024, in the case of Churchill, the Court of Appeal actually said that decision was wrong. And they said that if a matter comes before a judge and the judge thinks that it is a matter for mediation, he must refer it to mediation and the parties must mediate. So they are also realizing that common law, as it is a problem. Okay, so in Uganda, of course, Joel discussed the statistics. In Uganda, we have the Justice Needs and Satisfaction Report. We call it the HERO 2024. This report shows that only 10% of the population seek justice services through the formal courts. Now, this is the same statistics with Kenya, which Joel discussed. But have you ever imagined if 50% decided to come to us? Do you know how we are struggling with the 10%? Now you imagine if 50% decided to come, we would be in trouble. I think the 3 nights Joel was talking about would increase tenfold. So the majority of people in Uganda rely on informal justice sector, such as direct negotiation, seeking help from family members or friends, and seeking help from local council courts instead of going to formal courts. Even the smaller number of justice seekers who come to the formal courts do not get the timely justice they are entitled to owing to the complexity of the justice system in place that overburden court systems, thus creating the monster of case backlog. I'm sure, my lords and your worship, sometimes you get bothered by our processes. You know, someone brings an affidavit, then they say, no, that one is incompetent. Why? You know, there are a number of reasons. But it contains the information which would help court. But because there is a provision that is incompetent, so you declare it incompetent. And sometimes the person goes away having lost the case. Then at the end of the day, you say, okay, but is this law really helpful? Would that happen in other ages? The answer is no. Then we have a delay in criminal justice delivery, which leaves the accused in pretrial detention for extended periods of time, prolonging suffering of victims, and therefore erodes public confidence in the judiciary. I'm sure you have tried cases where people have been on remand for quite some time and you find them absolutely innocent. And this happens over and over again. They will have served sentences for offenses they never committed. Yet in the Western world, now I visited one of the universities which I think we are cooperating with, including Kenya and Tanzania, called Pepperdine University. And we visited a series of courts, and we were surprised that 95% of their cases are resolved outside courts. 95, so it's only 5% that go through trials. In other words, when the cases come to court, they sort them outside court. And where did they borrow that system from? You would be surprised. There is a mayor of a place called Karabasas who said that actually they borrowed that system from Africa. The AGS, which they are using, they borrowed it from here. Then for us, we borrowed the common law and we are stuck with it. So, why do we think that AGS, I think Joe touched a little more about this. Why should we go AGS? Of course, we have crippling backlog. I don't want to give the statistics here in Uganda. Sometimes when I generate them, I don't sleep. You're not getting bothered by the workload you have. So, and that is across the entire East Africa. I know Kenya also, sometimes we share these figures. Then, of course, we have prohibitive legal costs, which I think Joe also touched about, then complexity of procedures, and then the disconnect of formal laws that clash with local values. This is sometimes people are asking you. We have a community in Uganda called the Karamajong. So they are pastoralists. When you kill a woman, they convene a meeting and they fine you 120 heads of cattle. If you kill a man, 60. Don't ask me why men are more cheap than women when it comes to... But that's what they do. So one time I went there for a court open day, and then they asked me, but why do you disturb us? You see, because for us, when they solve their cases through their cultural system of mediation. And then when they come to court and say, we solved that matter, we say, no. For us, we still want him, he committed murder. So they asked me, but why do you disturb us? We solve our cases. When we come to you, you are going to tell us that you still want our people. Why? Now, that is the disconnect we are talking about. So, now in Uganda, the constitutional mandate is that we must administer justice. We have Article 126, which talks of we must administer justice in the name of the people and in conformity with law and with the values, norms, and aspirations of the people. And that is what should force us to go to AJS. The norms and aspirations of the people are not in this legal framework which we inherited under common law. That cannot be the norms and aspirations of the people. And of course, it also requires us to promote reconciliation. So how are we reimagining and mainstreaming alternative justice systems? So we have, in Uganda, we came up with, in 2023, we came up with the AGS strategy for the judiciary. And the options under that is that it is intended to achieve cultural alignment. In other words, we want our justice system to resonate with Uganda's traditions of restorative justice rather than retributive punishment, which I think my sister from Rwanda mentioned here. And then accessibility. We intend that this justice system should bring dispute resolution closer to the people, both geographically and financially. And financially is very important because many people cannot afford to come to our courts, leave alone transporting themselves to our courts. Reconciliation. Of course, the system we are running now is the winner takes all, which is the court approach. And AGS focuses on community harmony. And sometimes, actually, these matters, when they are solved within the communities. I remember when I was still an advocate, I was handling a divorce matter. And so I was representing the lady, and my colleague who was representing the gentleman is the one who had petitioned. So these people went behind us, and I think the families met, and they reconciled them. So they stopped coming to court. So we would appear before the judge, and then you would say, my lord, my client is indisposed. Do you know how we lie, lawyers? Eh? My client is indisposed. I seek for an adjournment. Then, fortunately, the other side also, the same. So you would say, my lord, I'm not opposing the adjournment. So we would go home. But then, after the second time, I said, but surely, how can we continue like this? So I called my client. I said, but why are you not coming to court? Then she said, but in the local language, but lawyer, why don't you stop those things? So we all went to the judge, and adjourned, signed, die, and disappeared. The case, I think, eventually died a natural death within the court system. Because they sorted it out there. So reconciliation is not part of what we do as the courts. And then, of course, the constitutional mandate. I'm told I have exhausted all the time, so let me let me run. So the pathways, we have family mediation and negotiation. Those are the pathways we are looking at. We are looking at customary and community justice. And then we are looking at faith-based alternative justice. And on this, we have tried as much as possible to train religious leaders, both in Islam and, Christianity. Then we have state-sanctioned AGS. Here we are looking at chiefs, the police, probation officers, child welfare, and we have trained all of those as a judiciary. And then, of course, we have the court-annexed one. Under this, we have tried to bring retired justices and judges and magistrates on board to help us to do mediation. I know there has been I attended one meeting where, this is outside my country, where they were arguing that judges are not good mediators, that because they are used to giving orders to be obeyed. So when it comes to mediation, then they are going to, they may think that they are still the other powerful people they were to give orders instead of facilitating the resolution of disputes. So I think, given that my time is up, I can leave it at that. Only that maybe I can only talk about the challenges which we are facing with the AGS, and which I'm sure every jurisdiction is going to contend with. One of them is limited support from the legal practitioners. Lawyers think that this AGS is going to take away their bread. In fact, one of them in one of the meetings described it as a acute deficiency of revenue when we were talking about ADR. So he described it in full as acute deficiency of revenue. So you can imagine that approach. Of course, there is also the limited understanding of ADR and conflict with existing laws. Now, the main problem is that as lawyers, right away from school, we are trained to be litigious. You are told, how do you cross-examine a denying witness? That's what we went through. No one ever told us that you can resolve cases through AGS. So we have a lot of work to do. And then, of course, we have the limited number of trained mediators, because mediation is a skill which you learn over time. And the challenge we have is that many of our people are not trained. And then, of course, the elephant in the room, limited resources. So in conclusion, I can say, as Africans, we have a rich history of resolving disputes through methods that emphasize dialogue, reconciliation, and community harmony. And I encourage East African judiciaries to adopt the path of innovation and scale up the use of AGS in the resolution of disputes. National courts and regional courts should all incorporate and invest in AGS for effective resolution of disputes. Let us move forward together, united in our commitment to justice and equality for all. Thank you so much.
Understand we not have enough time to exhaust everything. We hope some other things will be sorted in the plenary when you get questions and the clarifications given by the discussants and the presenter. Now, let us hear Mr. Masawe, Honorable Masawe from Tanzania, sharing perspective of Tanzanian jurisdiction.
My Lords, Chief Justice, kindly allow me to adopt the protocol that have already been mentioned. And please keep me on an exemption, on an exception of the says who laugh last, laugh more. I should be taken as an exception because the person who comes here before me, they are giant enough to take it all. But because I'm here now, I have to share a bit of experience, perspective from Tanzania. The country which favored by its history from the socialism era, where the community was involved in solving all challenges. And it was that reason from 1984, we had laws recognizing the ward tribunal that were used to solve the community disputes. And they were regulated by the laws and attached to our common court system, because even the appeals was to go to date, they are going to primary court and the district courts, the court of last resort, to the appeals from the World Tribunal. So you can see our history favored us, and I can say it makes Tanzania to be the leading in alternative justice dispute in East Africa for a long time. This is because we believe that the alternative justice system is not an option. That is what complemented by our judiciary strategic plan, by the project Citizen-Centric Justice Delivery Project. The purpose was to go back to the community to make sure that the community is comfortable in solving their own dispute, if not to solve by themselves, but they are involved in solving their disputes. We go far. Even in 1999, when we made our new land laws, we established the land court system. We did not forget to establish the village land conciliation tribunals. They are there to reconcile the community in their land dispute, so as to make sure that the community by themselves manage their disputes. And that's what Professor here said, they will feel more comfortable, and that's is the large number of the society which are not, do not come to court. They either don't like it or they don't have an access to our court system. So that's the experience. And it's from that socialism life, I believe, that drive those who make our constitution in 1977, and especially in Article 107, capital R, who direct the court in execution of its duties not to forget to promote reconciliation among the community, because we believe they are supposed to be involved and they are supposed to make sure they are comfortable with the justice system. In reforms that have been taken in our judiciaries, what you just did more is to make sure that the community is still involved in the formal court system by make sure that we give them access to justice. There's a lot of construction projects of court buildings just to make sure they don't walk far to court, but we now have the digital platforms to make sure even they don't move to court buildings anymore. They can follow and adjudicate their cases while at their places. But still, I think we need more. That we need to have more good laws to make sure, even in more than 125 tribes we have in Tanzania, their traditions, means of solving their dispute is recognized. For example, currently we have the challenge of, we have private mediators, registered a lot of private mediators. Today, I'm asking myself of how we can recognize and enforce their deed of settlement in our court system. Because we have two-tier ages in our country. We have court-annexed mediation, and we have a lot of private mediators who can mediate parties even before to come to court. Now the challenge is how could their settlements be enforced in court. For the court-annexed mediator, mediation, that's not a problem. I think that's the challenge that we have to discuss together here and see how we should avoid double standard within our communities. As I said, we have more than 125 tribes in Tanzania. They have their traditions, they have their taboos. How are we going to make sure that by involving them in alternative justice system, there will be no double standards of the same fact at Kilimanjaro to be decided the same in the community at Mtwara. That's one of the big challenges we have, and we have to think about it. Currently in our courts, especially in primary court, the laws allow them to promote even mediation, even to criminal cases. But the big challenge will come, and we have to think, no, it's not the big challenge, we have to think if we should adopt our old, or our traditions, like what His Lordship, the Deputy Chief Justice of Uganda said, that the Karamojong were comfortable to solve their problems by exchange with the cows. Do we think like hanging to death is better than the person who will exchange cows by losing of their fellow family member? It's a question we have to think, because these are the laws we inherited from the colonies. But I think now the research, Your Lordship, Professor Joel, being a judge, you have not get out of the academic arena. I think you have to conduct the research to see if that law is still the good law, whether we should go back to exchange of cows, or we should still go on convicting people and sentencing, hanging to death just because they kill someone. Is it not a reprisal? Is it beneficial to our community? What are we getting from there? Are we insisting harmony between the people? Because after the exchange cows, they go with harmony and they share. And some other tribes, they don't take only cows, they take in even a girl to go and get birth to another person to replace the lost one. So I think those are things we have to think about when we talk about alternative justice system. Whether our traditions, whether our lifestyle before the colonies was better than what they brought to us is the question to ask. That's why, because I said the lordships who have stand here before me have said it all, and I said they said it all because we are East Africans, we share. We have a lot of similarities in even our laws, so I can have not too much to talk about it. But just to assist our Tanzanian judicial system, take the concept of multi-law concept in respect to the realities, and that most disputes do not require the adversarial system. That's the truth we have to take it home. That most of the disputes within our community do not require this adversarial system, because we have different laws in our community that are more comfortable than even the adversarial system. I'm just imagining the community who knows the person who have committed a crime somewhere, but just they come to court to be told that the case was not proved beyond reasonable doubt. I always just ask myself if that is more conducive to the community than the community itself, who can use their own traditional means to solve the problem. So to me, I see the challenge is how to recognize this community justice system to have a good legal framework, and so first of all to respect the human rights, but second to avoid this double standard that can happen from one community to another. Because many of the disputes can be resolved more effectively through community-based, restorative, and consensual processes. So without taking more time, maybe I should conclude by saying the choice before us is clear, very clear. Because to maintain a single law system, it excludes the majority. Numbers have been mentioned by the Lordship who stands here. to show how many people do not go to court. But it doesn't mean that they don't have disputing among themselves. But I think the only choice we have is to build the multi-door system that reflects the lived realities of our people. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ramasawe, for Tanzania perspective. We would be going to the plenary, but there are unfolding events that I'll request the MC to share with us. Then we decide how we go about it.
Thank you very much. Moderator, please let's give them a round of applause. We are supposed to go into plenary, but our chief guest is almost here. So we'll do plenary after the official opening, and I would like to invite all of us for a cup of tea. There's a cup of tea that is served outside. Please, let's take a few minutes and have tea so that we can proceed with the rest of the program. So let's take a short break. We'll have the official address shortly after tea, and then we'll have plenary thereafter. Thank you very much. accompanied by the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, as well as the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya. Welcome. Let's have the national anthem. Please, let's be seated. Right. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and President of the Supreme Court, Chief Justice Martha Koome, the Chief Justices from various countries present, the President of the East African Court of Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Deputy Chief Justice Philomena Mwilu, Honorable Judges, Magistrates, Delegates present, good morning. Or is it good afternoon? It's good morning. Let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this particular event. And Honorable Deputy President, this is his 22nd edition of the East African Judges and Magistrates Association, and it brings together over 500 delegates drawn from 8 countries, including Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi, Somalia, South Sudan, Zanzibar, Rwanda, and Kenya. And the theme of the conference is on the multi-door approaches to justice. Without much further ado, let me invite the President of the East African Magistrates and Judges Association, Honorable Lady Justice Umugwaneza Geraldine, to come and give her speech and also launch us into this official ceremony. Welcome, Judge.
Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, ni nguzo ya jumuiya. Your Excellency, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, Vice President of the Republic of Kenya and the Chairperson of the Summit of the EAC Heads of State. Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, and the host for the 22nd Eamja Annual Conference 2025. Distinguished Chief Justices and Presidents of Courts, Deputy Chief Justices, and representatives of the Chief Justices. Honorable Judge President of the East African Court of Justice. Honorable Justices, Judges, Registrars, Magistrates, honorable guests. Allow me also to take special recognition to His Lordship Elvin Mugeta, who is the Vice President, Regional Vice President for CIMJA. Where is His Lordship? Please wave to us. Also special recognition to CIMJA, Vice Chairperson of Gender Section, and the Gender Section Representative for East Africa, Central and Southern Africa, Lady Justice Jackie Kamau, Judge of the High Court of Kenya. Immediate past President of the East African Judges and Magistrates Association, His Lordship, Eldest John Ketlima. Invited guests, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all. It is with deep honor and humility that I welcome you all to this 22nd conference. Your Excellency Vice President, allow me at the outset to extend our collective gratitude to the Republic of Kenya as a government, and in particular to the Judiciary of Kenya and the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association for graciously hosting us here in 2025. Your hospitality and organizational excellency has provided us with a fitting environment to deliberate on matters that shape the future of justice in our region. Allow me, Your Excellency, to thank also the presidents of national associations, His Lordship Justice Mudwa, the President of KMJA, His Lordship Mutabazi Harrison, President of Lujowa, that is Rwanda, His Lordship Lady Justice Olive Kazar Rwemkwaya, President of Uganda Magistrates and Judges Association, Judge Elimo Masawe, President of Tanzania Magistrates and Judges Association, Lady Justice Hassan, President of Zanzibar Magistrates and Judges Association, and to all the council members, the governing council members of Eamja that have made this conference a realization. Preparation wasn't easy, but it came to a success. Thank you so much to each one of you for your role. Allow me so, Your Excellency, to say that under the leadership of Justice Mudwa, who heads the Kenya Magistrates and Judges Association, there is somebody with the Eamja's institutional memory, a calm person, a leader who headed the local organizing committee. That is Chief Ladido. Thank you, my Lord. Your Excellency, the 22nd conference is very special because we have delegations from 7 partner states out of 8 that make up East African community. We have 96 delegates from Uganda. They are headed by the Deputy Chief Justice, Honorable Dr. Flavian Zeija, Your Lordship. We have 104 delegates from Tanzania, headed by His Lordship Elvin Mugeta. We have 34 delegates from Rwanda, headed by Lady Justice Isabella Kalihangabo, who is also representing the Honorable Chief Justice of Rwanda, my Lord. We have 200, I think there are even more, delegates from Kenya, headed by the Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome. We have 2 delegates from the Republic of South Sudan, headed by the Honorable Chief Justice Benjamin Bak Deng, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court. We have 7 delegates for the first time. This is historical. From the Federal Republic of Somalia, headed by Honorable Chief Justice, His Lordship, Honorable Bashir Yusuf Ahmed. We have the Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Burundi, His Lordship Ambassador Gamliel Nkurunziza. We have 21 delegates from Zanzibar, headed by Lady Justice Hassan, President of Magistrates and Judges Association. We have 14 delegates from the East African Court of Justice and are headed by Honorable Judge President Nestor Kayobera of the East African Court of Justice. You are about 457 judicial officers gathered here. This year's conference is officers gathered here. This year's conference is historical for about 4 main reasons. Reason number 1, it's the first time that our guest of honor is, I had put the head of state, but the deputy. Your Excellency, it's also not coincidental that Chair of Patrons for Kenya. It tells us that, not coincidental Chair of Patrons for Kenya. It tells us that there is something that Kenya, with all that should do for the region, should do for Eamja. It's your season, so we are waiting on you. The participation, reason number 2, the participation shows that as the East African community membership is growing, the East African Magistrates and Judges Association membership is also growing because now there is Burundi, there's also Somalia and there's South Sudan. Thirdly, it's the first time that we have a delegation from the Federal Republic of Somalia, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice. And I especially recognize you. This is your first time with your delegation. You're on board and you're most welcome. And it's the first time we're also having the Chief Justice of Burundi. Last minute, he couldn't come with a bigger delegation, but next time we will look up to his leadership and we hope we'll be with our colleagues. And also, Your Lordship, allow me to congratulate and recognize the presence of the Chief Justice of South Sudan. I know many of you have seen him in this forum, but when we last saw him, when we were last together, I think in the meeting in Kigali, he was a senior judge of the Supreme Court. So he became a Chief Justice later this year, and so we congratulate him and welcome him. The relationship also, the first special thing about this conference is that there is a very close relationship between the Eamja top leadership and the judiciaries of Kenya, and the judiciary of Kenya's top leadership. The top leadership of Kenya is headed by females. It's an all-lady top leadership. The Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. So for Eamja, I am the president, I'm a female. You can say I'm a female, right? Where is the Vice President of our association, please? Lady Justice Lillian, thank you. So Lady Justice Lillian is from the Republic of Tanzania and is a judge of the High Court. We recognize you. Thank you, Vice President. Your Excellency, the gathering of judicial officers from across the East African community jurisdictions is not a professional assembly, but also a reaffirmation of the East African community's integration agenda. As judicial officers, we stand at the heart of this vision, ensuring the rule of law, justice, and human dignity remain the foundation upon which regional cooperation and integration are built. The EAC's goals of deepening political, economic, social, and cultural ties cannot be realized without strong, independent, and trusted judiciaries across all partner states. Over the past years, our association has worked tirelessly to foster dialogue, harmonize practices, and strengthen judicial cooperation. We have seen progress in cross-border jurisprudence, professional exchanges, and collective advocacy for judicial independence. But yet, challenges remain. The need to modernize our systems, manage growing caseloads, and safeguard public trust in our institutions. Your Excellency, these responsibilities remind us that justice is not merely a national duty, but it is a regional covenant. Your Excellency, in pursuit of this noble cause, during this 22nd Eamja Conference, 2025, judicial officers shall deliberate on the theme, Justice be Mortar, unlocking. Discussions on this theme will offer participants an opportunity to reflect and consider alternative justice systems, such as court-annexed mediation, restorative justice, and small court claims, with judicial cooperation, embrace innovation, and uphold integrity. Judicial officers, let us ensure that our courts remain pillars of trust, resilience, and justice, contributing meaningfully to the EAC Vision 2050 and the Sustainable Development Goals. Your Excellency and all judicial officers present here, We know for sure, divided we fall, united we stand, and that together we can build judiciaries that not only serve our nations, but also advance the EAC integration and prosperity of our entire region. May our discussions be fruitful, our bonds of fraternity be strengthened, and our commitment to justice be renewed. Thank you so much, your Professor Vice President. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-Président. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Rais. Thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause to Madam President. Honorable delegates, if you don't leave this Congress with anything other than the demoprudence vocabulary that Judge Joel was talking about, there are two things about Kenya you must leave knowing. One, the judiciary is under very capable leadership of female judges. The Chief Justice is female, the Deputy Chief Justice is female, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary is female. So when you see efficiency in these processes, know that that's where it's coming from. The other thing you should know is that Kenya, I think, is probably the only country in the world that has a president and a deputy president that have PhDs. And what that means is that they have a bigger burden of history, because if they don't succeed, they must succeed. If they don't succeed, it will be the biggest statement of no confidence on education since the Enlightenment age. So they have to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, probably Madam President was about to say, it's probably the first time that Eamja is also being opened by a professor of law. Now, it is my pleasure to invite the Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Justice Philomena Mbete Mwilu, to invite the Chief Justice of the Republic, who then will invite the Chief Guest. Welcome, Judge.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, after the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and after our Chief Justice and visiting Chief Justices, good afternoon. Once again, welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. Huku hakuna matata. And feel at home and don't leave on Saturday. Leave the other Saturday after you've been to Masai Mara. It's a city that is the only one that has a national park within it. So please don't be in a hurry to leave. But the reason I'm here, beyond again inviting us and making us welcome in this conference, is to ask that the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya speaks to us and thereafter invites His Excellency the Deputy President, who I thought actually my President was going to say a professor of law, because really that's how we first see him before we see the Deputy President, selfishly, because he is one of us. We are here because we are lawyers. But before I call on the CJ, all of us know the reason we are here. And I hope everyone was keenly listening and following what Professor Joel Ngugi was talking to us about. And since we have another 3-4 days to digest it, let's go and digest not just what Professor said, but what all of us are going to discuss this week. And I like the way the Deputy President of Uganda put it. Those who came here
and brought their system of law have now taken ours to their place, and we are still stuck on theirs. Let that work on our minds as we go. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, it's your time to come and talk to us, please.
Thank you very much, my sister, the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and Vice President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, judicial officers, jurists, and delegates from across the East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Amjambo. You look great from here. In fact, no one can tell who is a Kenyan, who is a Ugandan, who is a Rwandan. We all look alike. We look like brothers and sisters, and indeed that is what we are. And you all look happy. Oh, am I right? Are you happy? Are you enjoying your stay here? Are you going to extend your stay beyond Saturday? We can facilitate you hold your court virtually so that you can sample what we have to offer here in Kenya. Allow me, on behalf of the judiciary of Kenya, to really thank Your Excellency, the Deputy President, for coming to grace this occasion. We are grateful to His Excellency the President because I knew personally he really wanted to come and be with us. But please convey our gratitude to him. But we also celebrate you and welcome you as one of us. One of us who has practiced law in our corridors of justice and understand the challenges we are discussing. One of us who has taught law and molded very many students in trying to see how they can navigate this terrain. So please feel welcome. And in the same vein, I want to welcome each one of our delegates, our Chief Justices, Deputy Chief Justices, Justices, judicial officers, members of Eamja. Our identity for this week is East Africans. Don't care whether I'm a Kenyan, Ugandan, we are East Africans, and that's what we pass for as we participate in our 22nd edition of the East Africa Magistrates and Judges Association Annual Conference and General Meeting 2025. We in Kenya, and on behalf of the local organizing committee that I kept checking on a daily basis, and as time went by, I think I was checking on them every hour. We are honored, most honored, to host you in a gathering that continues to strengthen solidarity among our judiciaries and to reaffirm our shared calling to deliver justice, justice that is accessible to our people, justice that is meaningful, and justice that engenders trust by our people. This year's theme, Justice Beyond Brick and Mortar, Unlocking the Multi-Door Pathways for People-Centered Justice in East Africa, speaks directly to the critical moment that we find ourselves in. Your Excellency, statistics was shared here that it is only 10% of our population who can access formal justice in the formal courts. 19% cannot deal with their disputes. They have disputes, they have problems, but they die with them. 71% seek alternatives. And the question we were asking ourselves the whole of yesterday, because we had a forum of Chief Justices, is whose Chief Justices are we? Whose judges are we? Is it of the 10%? And therefore, we said yesterday, we are connectors and we are facilitators of even the 71% and the 19%. It is our business to make justice a lived reality, to make justice a common good, and to make everybody of our citizens in East Africa become a partaker of justice and a champion of justice. Does that sound good? So for many of our people, the former court system remains slow, it remains costly, it remains distant, and many times intimidating. Experiences have been shared and testimonies have been shared that even judges themselves tremble to imagine they can appear before a court. Let me say I'm one of those who also fear to appear before a court. That will send me screaming. I rarely scream, but if you tell me to appear before a court, I'll be so scared. One, I fear to lose my own agency. I like to be in control of myself and my situation. But when I'm before a magistrate, you know, they can order that I be put in the cells because I'm not talking loudly. This is not me, it's the experiences that were shared here. So, considering the justice needs of our citizens, people-centered justice has emerged not as an aspiration, but as a necessity. It calls upon us to shift our lens from judiciaries as the sole avenues of dispute resolution to widening and expanding access to justice through opening the multi-door pathways of justice that meet the diverse needs of our people. Through the work we have done in the region, and in particular here in Kenya, led by our indefatigable Professor Justice Joel Goge, we have come to the realization that justice is not only found in the courtrooms. Justice is found in our families, in our communities, in our marketplaces, and even in the offices where we work. And this is through the multi-door approach and pathways. So the movement toward this people-centered justice does challenge us to think not only how we deliver justice, but where, with whom, and through what means. It requires us to see justice not as a place where people go to, but as a public good that must be available in community spaces, through dialogues, through ways that enhance harmony, and through innovative mechanisms that respect culture, dignity, and agency. Your Excellency, yesterday we extrapolated this subject a lot and found that sometimes what we do, actually all the time, what we do is is designed cases. What we do as judges is designed cases. We don't resolve disputes. And this reminds us of even very complex problems that we have encountered as a society, political problems, especially determining the presidential election dispute here in Kenya. You all know we have made, I think, 4 very profound pronouncements by the Supreme Court. But what held the day was not the judicial pronouncement. It was the alternatives. And what it tells us is that nothing is impossible to resolve. through dialogue, through people talking. So we pray next time there will be no violence, there will be no mandamano, there will be no fighting. We will begin with the people sitting round the table and coming up with an agreement. Isn't that a good thing? Coming from this congregation, that we recommend people always begin with mediation, talking to one another, because after all, we are all citizens of our respective countries. We are citizens of our beloved Jumuiya, and we want peace within ourselves and across East Africa. So we are moving beyond the courtroom without abandoning the critical role the courts play, but realizing that we have to embrace multi-door approaches that bring justice closer to the people. NJS, court-annexed mediation, and special rights courts are transforming the justice experience for millions of our citizens in the region. These platforms enhance access to justice, restore relationships, empower communities, and help build trust to allow these private agreements to become orders of the court. I think you should clap for that, because that was the missing link, even from this morning's panel. The panelists wondered what would happen to those privately entered into mediation agreements other than the ones coming through the court and annexed mediation. We've been able to crack that in Kenya by allowing within our rules of procedure, and we are getting a lot of those agreements from the private sector, especially the banking sector. So we have a shared commitment to refine and strengthen this multi-door approach to justice across our region. And this includes supporting jurisdictions whose AJS, mediation, and specialized court systems have moved from the nascent stage, and we have something to share and learn from each other, ensuring that we work together in laying the foundations for people-centered justice. So, Your Excellency, my lords, my ladies, colleagues, as we begin this conference, I invite us all to approach each of a session with openness to learning, a willingness to interrogate our assumptions, and a shared sense of responsibility to ensure that justice becomes not only available, but truly accessible. As judges and judicial officers, we occupy a unique place in our societies because we are custodians of justice, guardians of constitutionalism, and interpreters of this social contract. Importantly, we build bridges between the law and the people, between the rights and the remedies, and between the institutions and communities. The shift towards people-centered justice demands that we adopt this broader identity with courage and imagination. It challenges us to design processes so that our justice system bends towards the realities of ordinary lives rather than requiring ordinary lives to bend towards the rigidities of our systems. And in conclusion, I want to remind us that our people will not judge our justice system just because of the number of judgments written, but also by the fairness, speed, dignity, responsiveness, and humanity of the justice that they experience. May this conference strengthen our resolve to build justice systems that respond to the needs of our people, for us to build systems that are trusted because they can reason, they can be accessible, and because they innovate and are legitimate, and they deliver justice that is felt by the people. Our deliberation in this conference will be enriching And may our collective commitment move us further along the path of truly people-centered justice. And with these remarks, and on your behalf, dear members of Eamja and distinguished guests, allow me to invite with utmost humility our Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, our Deputy President, to deliver the official opening address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my Lady Chief Justice Martha Koome. Please be seated. Since the days when I used to be at the university, earlier on, when I was a much younger man, I loved to speak without reference to notes, but it gives you better clarity. But it will allow me at some point to make references to notes for two reasons. One, I'm before very esteemed judicial officers, judges, and magistrates, so I have to be careful what I say. Secondly, I'm representing His Excellency the President, and therefore I should also be careful what I say in that capacity. Outside that, I like exercising my mind freely, and my Lady Chief Justice and all protocols observed, I am proudly associated with the legal profession. I am not ashamed. I am proudly associated with the law profession. And perhaps maybe when my tour of duty in this other space comes to an end, like all things do, maybe I will go back to where I started. I was impressed by what the president of the East African Magistrate and Judges Association said. Very many things about, actually, all the things he said. About the leadership of the Kenyan judiciary and the Regional Magistrates and Judges Association being female is a good thing for us in this part of the world. And the example that we see in Kenya, in this region, of affirming the leadership of women is a good thing. And I think we are providing leadership that should be emulated by other parts of the world. I know some countries like Rwanda have done better than Kenya, especially in political representation of women. Uganda, I think, also has done better than Kenya. But generally, as a region, we have good things to say about ourselves. And I am saying so because even in older, much older democracies, some of the fasts that we have registered have not happened. They have not happened. The number of women in the judiciary, the legislature, in the executive at high level. I think Africa, East Africa, we are not doing badly. We are doing well. Of course, she said a few other things, which I don't want to repeat. But I was impressed that our brothers and sisters from the region who are here are happy to be here, as it should be, because this is your home, just as your own country is also the home for your brothers and sisters from Kenya. So, because, Madam President, you said so many good things, the politician in me urges me to say that Whatever you and this forum asks for, we will give you. I am delighted to join you here at the 2025 East African Magistrate and Judges Association Conference, a gathering that brings together the region's judicial minds and justice reform champions. This annual regional forum is a collective reaffirmation of our shared conviction that justice is the lifeblood of both national development and regional integration. This year's theme, Justice Beyond Brick and Mortar, Unlocking Multi-Door Pathways for People-Centered Justice in East Africa, reflects a powerful and timely shift in thinking about justice reforms, that justice must evolve, expand, and adapt if it is to meet the needs of our citizens in an era defined by rapid economic change, demographic transformation, and the deepening of regional ties. Across East Africa, too many of our people still experience formal courts as distant, slow, costly, or intimidating spaces. Even the Chief Justice has admitted here that we are all intimidated. In response to these realities, that our judiciaries have increasingly embraced multi-door approaches to justice. Mechanisms such as the Alternative Justice Systems, AJS, court annexed mediation, small claims courts, and restorative justice processes reflect a growing recognition that justice cannot be confined to stone buildings or rigid procedures. It must instead travel to where the people live, work, trade, and build families. These pathways offer quicker, more affordable, and culturally informed avenues for resolving disputes, enabling justice systems to adapt to the lived experiences of our diverse populations. They reaffirm the basic truth, which is justice must not only be done, but must be felt by our citizens as accessible, humane, and relevant. The developmental imperative for scaling these multi-door pathways is clear. A functioning justice system is the operating system of any economy. When disputes resolution is slow and unpredictable, it weakens the legal foundations of commerce. It freezes capital and undermines property rights. The Kenyan experience illustrates the reality vividly. In the 2024-2025 financial year, 621,425 cases were filed, and our courts resolved an impressive 647,686, achieving a 104% case clearance rate. However, these achievements occurred against a backdrop of 601,490 pending matters at the end of the financial year, which, with just about 700 judges and magistrates serving a nation of more than 55 million people, the average case can take 3 to 5 years to conclude, far beyond the statutory timelines and public expectations. This pattern is not unique to Kenya. It is mirrored across the East African region, where rising population, increasing commercial activity, and limited judicial capacity combine to create structural pressures. Behind these statistics are real people whose ambitions and livelihoods hang in the balance. A commercial dispute unresolved for years equates to capital frozen in litigation rather than circulating in the economy to create jobs and support innovation. A delayed land case denies a farmer credit, security, or inheritance stability. A prolonged family matter leaves women and children in agonizing uncertainty. In aggregate, this represents a silent tax on development, one disproportionately borne by the very groups our development agenda seeks to uplift. It is precisely, colleagues, this human cost that multi-door justice seeks to address by providing simpler, faster, and more accessible mechanisms that free up economic potential and restore confidence in the rule of law. Beyond our national borders, multi-door justice is central to the East African community's integration agenda. Investors and cross-border traders do not only assess market prospects, they evaluate their reliability, predictability, and timelines of judicial enforcement. A harmonized regional framework for mediation, small claims, and cross-border dispute resolution would create a seamless commercial environment across East Africa's 300 million consumers. Picture this: a situation where a manufacturer in Kigali contracts with a distributor in Nairobi with confidence, or a trader transporting perishable goods through Busia knows that any dispute can be resolved within weeks through enforceable regional mediation. This is the legal infrastructure necessary to support the free movement of goods, services, and labor, the backbone of our common market protocol. Yet, the impact of multi-door justice goes beyond economics. At the societal level, these mechanisms strengthen the social contract by making the state visible, accessible, and humane. Alternative justice systems, forums that integrate human rights, safeguards in our communal and traditional systems of dispute resolution offer women excluded from inheritance pathways to reclaim their dignity and property. Community mediation provides young people with alternatives to violence or informal retaliation for grievances. Mobile courts and paralegal networks bring constitutional protection to remote rural communities, ensuring that justice is not a privilege of geography. These interventions are particularly essential as part of our peace-building initiative within this region. The transition toward people-centered justice also aligns with our global commitments, particularly Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which calls on us to build peaceful, inclusive societies anchored in effective, accountable, and accessible institutions. Without fair and timely dispute resolution, progress on the other SDGs, whether in health, education, gender, equality, or poverty reduction, remains fragile. It is for this reason that it is often recognized that justice is the bedrock upon which all the other social and economic gains rest. At the same time, as we expand these alternative pathways, we must also uphold safeguards to ensure that expediency never substitutes for fairness. Gender-sensitive guidelines, human rights protections, appellate pathways, and constitutional guardrails must form the backbone of all multi-door justice initiatives. For this transformative agenda to take root, we must move deliberately from innovation to institutionalization. Pilots, however successful, remain limited to reach unless they are embedded into law practice and judicial training, budgeting processes, and administrative culture. Our governments and judiciaries ought to establish dedicated funding streams to these initiatives as a demonstration of our determination to give these pathways a permanent home within the justice system. This will be an affirmation of our sovereign commitment to our people as East African nations that we are determined to strengthen justice as a public good. Kenya stands ready to work hand in hand with all judiciaries across the region to bring these commitments to life. We firmly believe that hard working together, harnessing and sharing our experiences, we can build judicial systems that listen to our citizens, represent their dignity, and deliver justice fairly and expeditiously. Ultimately, the future we envision for East Africa is not only about expanding markets, building highways, or deepening intergovernmental relations. It's about cultivating shared values anchored in fairness, dignity, and institutional integrity. Justice is the glue that binds societies and the foundation on which peaceful, prosperous, and united communities are built. By embracing multi-door justice, we transform our judiciaries from bottlenecks into accelerators of progress, from distant arbiters into community partners, and from symbols of exclusion into instruments of inclusion. This is the justice that traders need to advance commerce, that women need to secure equality, that youth need to imagine peaceful futures, and that our region needs to realize the aspirations of shared prosperity. This is the development dividend of people-centered justice. It is within our reach, and it will be achieved if we turn the outcome of this year's conference into a decisive regional action. Colleagues, one, we must demystify the justice system and make it accessible and acceptable to as many citizens of our region and our countries as possible. Two, as we pursue alternative, the multi-door justice pathways, we should not compromise on fairness and other fundamentals, including the quality of justice that is delivered even through those alternative processes. Thirdly, is that through judicial decision-making process and judicial dispute resolution processes, we must carry the national interests with us. And I think that's what Chief Justice Martha Koome was trying to illustrate. It is not enough to make a decision. That decision must help carry the sustainability of the nation alone. Because a decision can help or even undo in terms of preserving the continuity of the nation. And therefore, I think judges, magistrates, judicial officers occupy the driver's seat in providing the software that runs nations. You can build roads, connect people with electricity, build airports like we want to do, because we have realized we are doing well in many things, but we don't have a good airport. So in the next 2 months, we are starting to build a modern airport, because the one that exists there was built by our forefathers. Next time you come in Nairobi, you'll find something different. So, but you can do all that, but all that infrastructure, including the expressways, can be undermined by the fragility that comes with certain national interests being overstretched. So things like national security, things like national cohesion, and I dare say things like justice and fairness may not be infrastructure, but they are good software upon which the foundation of our respective nations is built. So as a judicial officer, you are expected, therefore, to contextualize your decision in the manner and style of incorporating national interest, so to speak. And therefore, because today is not my day, let me wish you well as you interpret your very, very, very central mandate in the survival of our countries. Please help us to sustain our nations. And I think the inherent quest for any people, for any society, is survival and sustainability. And from where I sit, many nations today are struggling with survival and sustainability. They are not sure that 50, 100, 200 years, the society will still be there and moving on. And that's where the struggle is, and that's where the anxiety, the insecurity is coming from. And lastly, even as we contextualize this national interest, we must also zero in to what is it at the individual level that provides either security or insecurity of the human being. Because, in my view, what we all aspire for is freedom from fear that someone will harm you or harm your property or harm your other interests, and freedom from want. I have challenged colleagues in the legal profession, including judges, that we've come a long way and we've made huge progress in asserting the place of human liberty. We've come a long way in asserting the place of women. If you compare where East Africa and Africa is today and 30 years ago, we have made good progress in terms of asserting the place of women, creating equality, and protecting vulnerable sections of our society. But only insofar as these groups and individuals are protected from harm. Trying to provide security from them so that they don't fear for their lives and well-being. Where we have not done much is to assert the place of individuals, communities, to be free from want. And therefore, as you look at your Bill of Rights, just look at it again. As you look at the constitution of your country, look at it again. You will find we've concentrated a lot on the liberties that give the autonomy of the individual in terms of expressing themselves and associating and moving from one place to another. But I challenge you to consider that equally important, especially for Africa and the developing world, is the need to liberate the individual from the insecurities around poverty. And therefore, socioeconomic empowerment should go hand in hand with civil, political, and democratic empowerment. And lastly, Africa, East Africa, and Kenya is no exception, still suffers from identity issues. And we are yet to canvass and aggregate our interests as individuals, communities, and nations to other equally important things than just identity. There's community, there's religion. And many of the African countries, and I'm not naming any, that are not doing so well as they should be doing is because of the pullback by issues around identity. I want to challenge you as thought leaders and the conveyors of justice to start helping us in your decisions, in your philosophy, in your lawmaking and interpretation process on how we can balance these very difficult issues around identity with equally more important priorities like interests. In other words, an average African citizen, what is more important? Is it the language they speak, the mother tongue they speak, or is it the life-sustaining prosperity issues that we should embrace to empower that person? In other words, many of our countries are struggling because of these issues around identity, ethnic, religious. And we've spent a lot of time trying to defeat those vices, and we should continue. But equally important, as judges, magistrates, thought leaders, help us to start conversing how we can create new identities, not around ethnicity and religion and language, but we can create new identities around interests. Ask yourself, what is the common problem of a citizen in Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia? It is the survival of that person and economic interests. And therefore, you will discover, for example, a citizen in Tanzania has a greater interest in customers in Burundi who buy what they have than the immediate neighbor who has the same products that they produce. I'm just giving that hypothetically. But the point is, your neighbor and your best ally as you look for empowerment as an individual, as a citizen, is not the person who speaks your language next door, who produces the same bananas that you grow in your farm. It is the person who buys that banana in the next community, in the next country. And so this idea around creating a good market in this region, judges and magistrates should help us form new identities. We have lived for a long time worshiping the identities we inherited, and the borders, we can create new ones. And I think we are almost there, because I've heard here, we've sung the East African anthem, we've also sung, I've also seen the flag, the East African flag, and these are some of the things that create new communities. You may want to read a book as I end by Benedict Anderson. The book is called Emergent Societies. And the core argument in that book is that societies are abstract entities. They are emergent. Communities and societies are actually abstract. What we call our nations today have existed because of a number of things. The first symbol is the map. That map is what describes your country. From here, this coordinate to the other, and everybody inside that space feels they belong there. But it's just coordinates, geography. The next symbol is the flag. You have one flag. You live in the same geographically defined area. You have one anthem. Without some of this, that identity will not be there. So the argument is, as we struggle with the East African integration issues and creating a new identity as East Africans and possibly as Africans through initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Area and others, the things that the founders of our countries had foreseen, but we've been unable to unlock that potential. Judges and magistrates as thought leaders should help us create new identities. And even before we go to Africa as a whole, let us create a new identity for East African community. I like what Chief Justice Koome said, that looking at the audience, nobody will imagine that the people, the distinguished dignitaries standing or sitting in front of me, nobody will imagine that they come from different countries. They look alike, they are sitting alike, they are wearing alike, isn't it? So some of these things are imaginary, and therefore judges and magistrates, good luck, and do more of these things. This is an annual meeting. I don't know whether it should also take the form of a colloquium, so that you don't just have the national colloquia, you also have colloquia, you also have a regional colloquium where people can think through some of these things and try and create new identities and define new thinking that can be implemented by policymakers and define a new Africa, a new East African community. Thank you very much. God bless you with those many remarks. It is now my pleasure and privilege and singular honor to declare the 2025 East African Magistrates and Judges Conference officially open on behalf of President Ruto. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy President. That was professorial peroration on law and social development. Thank you, Prof, for being Prof, and for taking us through very important discussions, from Amartya Sen to development as freedom, to roles, the idea of justice. That was quite something, and we appreciate. And the Chief Justice has just told me, don't ask me how, that the Kenya Judiciary Academy is going to invite you for this engagement. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, we come to the end, but before we leave, there are 3 photos that we'll need to take. I would like to invite the Deputy President, the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, kindly come over, the President of the Eamja and the Secretary General, President of KMJA and the Chair of the Organizing Committee, Judge Radido, kindly come up here, if you don't mind. This will be the permanent bench. Miracles still happen. We've listened to 4 professors and we have not had a single word of Latin. That will be the first. Is this? Oh, CRJ. Sorry. Delete. Delete. This is the accounting officer. Delete. This is the permanent bench. CRJ, sorry. Okay, the second photo to join the permanent bench, the CJs and from the region, the CJs and heads of delegation from the region, CJ of Somalia, South Sudan, President of okay. Yes, they'll come. I think they'll be at the back. The CJs from the region, including heads of delegation. Right. The CJs from the... Yeah. This is also the first meeting of judges and lawyers where presentations start with statistics. You heard the CJ of Kenya rolling out statistics. Judge Ngugi was rolling out statistics. The DCJ of Uganda was rolling out statistics. We are in the era of empiricism. Okay, the last photo of KMJA Council and East African and Eamja Council. Please join. This will be the last photo. Okay, the other Chief Justices can leave. The permanent bench remains. The KMJA Council and the Eamja Council. This is your time to shine. Some can come back. Yes, please come to the back. We have a lot of space on the podium. We have a lot of space at the podium. We have a lot of space at the podium. Zakim, ready? Okay. All right, now you can take your seats as we come to the end. Right, thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the official opening ceremony for the Eamja conference, and the Deputy President is at liberty to leave, but also at liberty to stay. Thank you very much, and let the rest of the session continue the session that we had in the morning. Let the panel come back. We'll have about 15 minutes of plenary and then go for lunch. Thank you very much, Deputy President, and welcome again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. That was a good session, wasn't it? You went back to your law and development class. Law and the markets, law and identities, law and democracy, law and everything. Right, I think that puts us in good stead for the session. I would like to invite Justice Rumisha, who was the moderator at our first session, so that we can have a couple of interventions from the plenary before we break for lunch. Is that in order? Or you want to go for lunch first? Lunch? For as many as the opinion that we should break for lunch first? For those of contrary opinion? Okay, the ayes have it. Right, then let's break for lunch. But the no didn't speak. Right. Justice Rumisha. All right. And the coordinators of the various teams kindly join the Secretariat at the back. Kyoko will give guidance. The coordinators of the various teams kindly get in touch with the Secretariat to help coordinate something. And the speakers, Justice Ngugi, DCJ, Zeija, the morning speakers, kindly come up here. We need to cross-examine you on your claims. Lady Justice Isabel. Oh, okay. Ladies first. The gentlemen will vacate once you show up here. Right, let's take about 15-20 minutes and have this plenary discussion before we eventually break for lunch. Thank you, Judge. It's off. Sound, please. Yes. Is it working? Please. Sound engineer. Right. Try, Judge. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. It's been, I think it's going to be the longest session. We try to be as brief as possible so that we can break for lunch. 15 minutes is going to be enough. Of course, depending on the questions and the interventions we have from the plenary. Just briefly, we had a presentation from Mr. Justice Professor Ngugi and 3 discussants sharing country perspectives from Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. Now, please, if there is any comment, question, or clarification that is sought, this is the time for you now. I request that you be as brief as possible so that we can, some colleagues would have as well chances to intervene and be as brief as possible. Request for consistency and follow-up. You introduce yourself briefly and you ask a question or comment, if any. I'll request the Secretariat to assist us move around with the mic and so that we can start immediately. So, it's now your time. Please, any question? This Lord Chibit, my eyes are bad, but if I don't recognize you, my Lord, please allow me my Lord from ECJ. Karibu Judge.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Cheborion, and my concern relates to community policing. Community policing during, before, and after elections in our region. Professor Ngugi, I watch TV. Mainly on 2 occasions when a team of mine in Premier League is playing, and there I have to be a dictator and tell people it's my turn, and thereafter I say sorry. I watch TV when elections are going on in the region. I watch TV when elections are going on in Rwanda. I follow just the pictures because the program is in Kinyarwanda most time. I watch TV when elections are going on in Kenya, and I see what the judiciary does, and I really appreciate what the CJ said on how AGs are working. I watch TV after elections in Tanzania and see what is meant by community policing. I watch TV before elections are held in Uganda, and I see what community policing means. My question is there a way we can use AGs to resolve some of these issues? Because we see them, they are glaring. Is there a way we can intervene as judiciaries, even before matters come to us? Can we be innovative and find a way of being arbiters before, during, and after elections? Or should we just follow the imperial method, what you've called imperial, where you sit back, you become an umpire, you wait for matters to be brought to you, and then you say, go this way or go that way? So I would like to hear from the Ugandan experience, what's going on? How are we intervening? I would like to hear from the Tanzanian experience, what's going on? Is there something we can do? And I would like to know whether there has been any sorry said after the elections in Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will request anyone who's got a comment or question, please, to rise on your feet, unless you have any challenge, so that we can identify you and for the cameras to pick you. President of ESCJ. We'll take, I think, 5, if any, then we'll come to the presenters and the discussants.
Yes, to me it's about Nusumukate. The Nusumukate and the role of the judiciaries. As judges, we sit. We may even move from Nairobi to Nakuru or from Bujumbura to Gitega. Then we are tired and we make a very serious decision. But at the end of the day, the matter is resolved through Nusumukate. Do you think our job was meaningless, or you think we did something?
Thank you, President of ESCJ. A third one, please, if any.
Thank you. My name is Moko, a judge from Kenya. I want to find out, besides the usual cases of, particularly cases such as defilement, where you do not allow AJS or even mediation, do you have other cases, particularly civil in nature, where you can allow AJS and without also giving the interested parties a chance also to decide whether the matters should go for AJS or not? For instance, let me give you a very good example. In a presidential election, supposing the parties decided that they want to settle the election petition by way of AJS, is it allowable? Yet the other members, the other citizens of the country don't want to hear any of that. Would you just allow the parties to go out, negotiate, and then come up with a solution without the presidential petition being heard? Thank you.
2 more before go to the presenters and discussants. So this is an indication that people want to go to lunch, right? Now, is it okay if we give the chance to the colleagues here who presented and discussed the paper to have the reflection on the questions or comments that came to the plenary? I'll start with the other way. Okay. DCJ?
I thought the question was directed to Professor.
If there isn't anything here to reply, it's okay.
Okay. The question that was raised about whether we can intervene in communities as judges when, I think it was raised by Justice Cheborian from Uganda. You know the problem is that judges were trained not to show any partiality, or now when you try to intervene in a matter that is outside the court, then you can easily be misunderstood, because then they can say we are even not supposed to be political. We are, you know, that cover. Even when I think Professor Joel normally mentions this, even when you are there, when like someone comes and slaps me here when you are seeing, and I appear before you, you pretend that you didn't see it. That's how judges are. So I think intervening in the communities would be very difficult unless you are invited as a mediator. But for you on your own to take the initiative and you say, let me go to a community, I would find that a little bit difficult. Perhaps maybe Professor could have a different viewpoint. Now, on the presidential election petition, normally these petitions are brought by candidates. Okay, it can even be individuals. I think various legal frameworks can allow even individuals or voters to bring these petitions. So if they bring a petition and then they request that they want to sort it out of court, so be it. There is no problem. You allow them, they go. The only challenge is that many of these petitions have a time frame within which they have to be resolved, meaning that you can only give them a short time to go and talk, but there is no problem with talking because it's an election petition anyway. You allow them to go and resolve their own problems out there. If they resolve them, then they can come back and you record their consent. I would say find no problem with that.
Mr. Masawe, if an
maybe I should compliment what His Lordship, Deputy Chief Justice said. My experience and understanding, especially on election laws, is their uniqueness and specification. In our jurisdiction, most of our jurisdiction, common law are specific statutes, and they are made in such a way that there is no application. The election laws are specific, and they are made in such a way they in some extent avoid the application of common laws. So they are strict on their procedures, and it's been the case, as the Deputy Chief Justice said, there's that stage you can allow them to have, but the question comes, and I always ask myself when it comes to the extent that someone that was saying that the person who declared to be the winner is not a winner, and they are going outside the court, they discuss and they agreed that yes, he was wrongly declared the winner. Now, whether they have that power to make a deed of settlement and come say, oh, I allow my brother is the winner, not me, while there is a election committee there which has power in law to declare who is the winner. So it's something I see it technical, and we need to sit down and discuss about it and how to make our laws to about that extent. Because election laws are laws we made by ourselves, so we need to sit down and see the good way. Because, for example, from our jurisdiction, even if I preside over the election petition, the court do not have power to say who is the winner, but to declare about the validity of the election process. So that are the challenges which, when we want to merge between the two, we have to sit down and see the very amicable way to go through. I think that's what I can say about it.
Judge Isabel, please, if there is any response.
Thank you. About the ages to be used in election petitions, I think my own opinion is this is possible, I think. AGS not in the way we're discussing it right now, but I think those politicians may sit together and decide whether they accept or they don't. And without really venturing into political matters of other countries, I think in Tanzania recently, probably this wasn't taken to court to be resolved. This is what I can say about this one. Probably on the other questions, we'll have another round.
So I think, Prof, you can see what we hear from the plenary is the challenge that is embedded in the training of judicial, actually to say legal training. It's always fixed, and any change or reform would always first be resisted. This is the mood you are seeing. If we recall the very popular case of Donald versus Stevenson, it took 95 years for the law of negligence to clusterize. Otherwise, every time someone went to court, they would say, there is no pigeonhole, we can fix this. So this is the same thing you're seeing here. Because they are trying to make everything impossible. We can't mediate this political case. We can't do any rape case. We can't do anything. But when you go back to the society, what are they telling you? Everything is possible. It can be mediated. Not even a political case, even someone homicide, as serious as that. Prof, any response to the comments, please?
All right, thank you. Actually, these questions are complex. So let me begin by giving you homework. Professor Kindiki gave you a reading list. So let me just add to it. I think the answers to all these questions are in two documents, policy documents in Kenya, which I'll refer you to. I think they can be posted in the QR so that you can get them. The first one is the blueprint, our Chief Justice blueprint on our multi-door approach, and the second one is our AJS policy. The AJS policy comes in two formats. There is a baseline. If you really have a lot of time and so forth, you can read that. It's long. It has a lot of history and footnotes and so forth. And then there is the framework, which is shorter and basically to the point, but it answers these questions. But in rapid fashion, let me answer them. Let me answer them this way. Please forgive me. I will differ with you, Your Lordship, DCJ, on the question of community policing. I think there is a place for AJS and there is a place for judges in community policing if we move away from the idea that judges are just lame ducks who sit and wait for cases. I think if you embrace your role as a convener of justice champions, of justice norm entrepreneurs and so forth, there is a palliative role for AJS, which can be used in community policing. We have used it in Kenya, actually. Judge, we can speak later, but we successfully used it in Nakuru when I was presiding judge to deal with militarized gangs just before elections. But it's also been very successfully used in a county called Nyeri to deal with the Mongiki menace. So it is possible to use it. That is because the way we view law now, just to return to your last question, law is not as the way we received it from the colonialists. We see now law as transformative. Law can be subordinating, but it can also be transformative and emancipatory. Our view of AJS as law now is that law can disrupt, law can be transformative. And I think if you view it that way, then you can see certain transformative uses for the law. AJS can be used to empower communities, to give them the norms to deal with issues of violence, including election violence, pre, during, and post. Secondly, on the question of Nusumkate, Judge President, I think the way I view that is, it's just like if you are a doctor and you've been treating somebody and then they go home
and they pray and miraculously they are healed, will you be angry? I think not. I think you will be happy. You will join them in praise and worship, isn't it? So that is how I view it. So if you have sat for our Supreme Court for 7 days listening to these presidential election petitions and then it's withdrawn in the morning off, I think you go home singing Alleluia Kumbaya, and you don't get angry at it. But just to return to the question of whether AGS can be used for election petitions, especially presidential election petitions, I think I agree with you. There's a technical question. Depends on how the question is presented. Sometimes if there is a public interest aspect of it, then it might not be possible to send it to AJS. So it depends on how it is presented. It also depends on the textual structure of the Constitution. So the Kenyan Constitution, for example, and I say this with a lot of trepidation because I'm not in the Supreme Court, so the Supreme Court judges will read the Constitution of Kenya and they will interpret it in terms of its jurisdiction and so forth, but there are questions whether, in fact, a presidential election petitions can be determined elsewhere other than in court. And that is because of our history in elections and seeing it as an important part of our transformative constitutions. But that's a question the Supreme Court would have to answer. Which returns me to the last question, which is on jurisdiction of AGS, the proper jurisdiction of AGS. In the AGS policy in Kenya, we've answered that question by providing a formula. We call it the agency theory of jurisdiction. And it has two parts. The first part, you ask whether the two parties have agreed of their own volition to be the AGS mechanism. That's a positive test. If the answer is no, if either of the parties has not agreed to be in the AGS forum, then the position we've taken in Kenya is that that matter cannot go to AGS because then it must go to court as the default forum. But if both parties have agreed to go to AGS, then you go to the second part of the test, and the second part of the test asks three questions. One, is there any constitutional text or spirit or purpose that outs the jurisdiction of AGS? If the answer is yes, then of course it can't go to AGS. If the answer is no, then you go to the second question, which is there any statutory provision that ousts the jurisdiction of AGS? So for example, defilement in Kenya is ousted by written law, by the statute. It can't go to AGS. If the answer is no, there is no statute that says that matter cannot go to AGS, then you go to the third question, which is there any compelling and specific public interest that says that's a matter that should not be heard by AGS? And some of the questions, like on election petitions or public interest law or some of the criminal matters, sometimes they're caught in that last question, whether there is a compelling public interest, which says that maybe this is a matter that then should be taken in court. For further information, please look at the AGS policy in Kenya. It provides answers to all these questions. Thank you very much.
A round of applause to our presenter. Another round of applause to our discussants. My time has expired and I do not intend to extend it even a second. So thanks so much. This brings us to the end of this first presentation. You've been a good audience. Thanks so much to the CJs and my lords and your worships. Thanks so much. Let's go back to the seats.
Let's give a round of applause to the panel and the moderator. There should be a QR code. Is it there? Kindly scan this QR code. It's for evaluation and feedback for this particular session. Please do not fuse it with the opening ceremony. Judge it on its own merit. Yeah, kindly give us that feedback. And as you do so, as Justice Ngogi is saying, there is extensive experience with AJS in Kenya. And I wish I could persuade him to have a supplementary session for those delegates who want to do a deep dive on the Kenyan experience after the session today. There is so much to learn from the Kenyan experience that probably the time that we had could not permit to share. So please scan. I'm filling in time as you scan and fill in the feedback session. Are we okay? I know for most of us, technology is just witchcraft. But we shall overcome. All right? Good. It's time for lunch. We have 1 hour, so we come back at 2:40, right? At exactly 2:40, let's be seated. So we need to be here maybe 3-5 minutes to 2:40, so that at exactly 2:40 we get started with the second session. The first session was on AJS. The second session is on the second door, which is mediation. So let's converge here at exactly 2:40. Two other announcements. The coordinators of various delegations kindly go to the registration desk for further instructions. And lastly, I've been asked to ask the Tanzanian delegation to come forward for a group photograph before they go for lunch. Right, even? Yeah, Kenyans are not very original. They copy Tanzanians. So Tanzanians first, and then Kenya second, and then we go for lunch. Honorable Chief Justices, lunch is served for you at Kigwa Restaurant, and you'll be guided accordingly. Yes, DCJ of Uganda. Uganda as well. Tanzania leads. The rest follow. So Kenya, Tanzania first, then Uganda, then Kenya last as hosts. All right, bon appetit. Tanzania first. I'll be here so that I can help manage this. Tanzania, tafadhali, tafadhali. Tanzanian delegation, kindly line up here for...
What shall we do?
The Honorable Chief Justices, you are being requested to join the photos. CJs, we are requesting, please let's put the seats here for the CJs because there'll be a permanent bench. Please let's take the seats for the CJs. DJ, East Africa's music is very rich. I don't know why you are going to Zimbabwe. Some bongo music. I don't know why you are going to Zimbabwe. Even ESCJ will be on these photos. All right, Honorable Chief Justices, you can now join the Tanzanian delegation. DJ, some Tanzanian music, please. Not Oliver Mutukuzi. There's a seat here. The Tanzanian delegation. You can be seen. Are you sure you can be seen? No, you're okay. You are okay. You can go there. You can stand here because you are taller. Yeah. Abdo, I'll wait for signal from you. Yeah, Jay, where? You need a seat. All right, Abdo, I'm waiting for your signal. Good. Thank you, Tanzania. The permanent seat remains. Uganda. Uganda is next. We are eating into our lunch time. Uganda, the Ugandan delegation. Ugandan delegation. Uganda. Uganda delegation, Ugandan delegation, you are missing out. Rwanda will be later, so the Rwandese can go for lunch. All right. The whole of Uganda is here. Huh? Did you come to pay Kwanjula? Did you come to pay Kwanjula? All right, Uganda. 1, 2, 3, Uganda. Abdul. Good. Thank you, Uganda. You will receive the Kwanjula gracefully. Somalia, because there are few. Somalia. Somalia. Somalia, followed by Burundi. Somalia.
Now that you're gone away, my heart will always stay.
Somalia, 1, 2, 3. Abdul, followed by Burundi. Burundi. All right. Kenya. Let's dispense with Kenyans.
Let it go, sawa, 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 sawa. Just let it go, sawa, 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 sawa.
Kenya, the Kenyan delegation is Kenya. You're always faster than this. One, two, three, go. Kenya, your lunch is served. Permanent bench, East African Court of Justice. Which Rwanda is here? Yeah, after South. Please put it back up again. We only have about 100 responses. We are close to 500. That is a very small sample. And as I said at the beginning, we are beginning to pay a lot of attention to empirical data. So we would like to have a sufficiently strong sample to be able to make conclusions about the judgment of this conference on session 1. So please scan the QR code and give us feedback. Our apologies. The drop-down didn't have Uganda at the end, but that has been corrected. Apologies to everyone, especially the Ugandan delegation. That has now been corrected. All the countries represented here are now on the QR code. So please, I'm giving ourselves 1 minute to do that because we'll have another QR code for the second session. All right? We only have 100 responses. We would like to have 100% response rate. The QR code, if you haven't given your responses, kindly do so. We only have 100 out of almost 500 responses. There is no reason why we shouldn't have 500 responses. All right? Good. Now, let me invite the moderator for the second session. And the second session will be on the future of justice is multi-door, harnessing mediation to build bridges and speed up justice. Let me invite the moderator, Her Worship Zulakia Nantenza, DR, ADR Regis Uganda. Where is Her Worship? Let's give a round of applause as she comes. Welcome. Yes, you can use this entrance, stairs. The main presenter is Honorable Mr. Justice Harrison Mutabazi, Judge of the High Court of Rwanda. Judge Mutabazi, welcome. Let's give him a round of applause. The discussants, welcome, Judge. Honorable Justice John Eudice Kaitirima, Judge of the High Court of Uganda. Let's give a round of applause as she comes. Are we too full to clap? There'll be no lunch tomorrow if this is how we'll behave after lunch. Thank you, Judge. Then we have Honorable Lady Justice Aisha Sinda, Judge of the High Court of Tanzania. Yes, Judge, welcome. Welcome. These are our panelists, and their bios are being beamed on the screen. Then we have Honorable Lady Justice Caroline Kendago, Judge of the High Court of Kenya. This is the matriarch of mediation in Kenya. Welcome, Judge. Then we have Honorable Josephine Nyatuga Maragia, who is a magistrate in the Republic of Kenya. Karibu Mheshimiwa. Right, so karibu. Welcome. You are the far end. You can flank us here. Yeah. Right, thank you very much. This is the panel. Let me hand over to the moderator of the session, Her Worship from Tanzania. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, the Master of Ceremonies. My Lord, the Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, my Lords present, please allow me to adopt the protocol that was highlighted in the morning and observed. My lords, this afternoon we are going to have a deep dive into mediation. In the morning we are doing AJS, and this afternoon we are going to have a discussion into exploring the role of mediation in shaping the future of our justice systems. As you can see, we have discussants from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and our main presenter from Rwanda. Each of them is going to be doing a deep dive into what is happening in their country. We shall be able to benchmark on each one of us, because at the end of the day, all of us, our goal is to have a justice system that serves the needs of the people. Without further ado, to the panelists and the discussants, we have only 1 hour. We request that the presenter will take 10 minutes. The discussants will each take 7 minutes, and then we use the rest of the 20 minutes for plenary, my lords and your worships. We don't want to take a lot of time, because after people have had a meal, they are always very, very tired. I take the honor and opportunity to invite Mr. Justice Harrison Mutabazi, the Judge of the High Court of Rwanda, to please give a presentation into how mediation is shaping the nature of justice that they have in the Republic of Rwanda. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My lords, your worships, judicial officers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Hamjambo, bon après-midi. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much, Madam Moderator, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me time to speak on a theme that very dear and near to my heart. And definitely, she told me it's only 10 minutes, and people that know when I talk about mediation, I can speak till the cows come home. So it will be very hard for me to use 10 minutes, but I will definitely try by the Holy Spirit. I believe it will be that way. So, the topic, the future of justice in Maldo, harnessing mediation to build bridges and speed up justice. Definitely, I'll give the Rwandan perspective. As a presenter, as the main presenter, I was supposed to be giving in-depth mediation generally, but because it's 10 minutes, and we've had a very good segue in the morning of people that have given very good experience on mediation, on AGS, I'll only dive into our experience in Rwanda, and definitely I'll share the paper that I have that has a complete narrative of what I had prepared in that sense. So I will skip the Maldo that I definitely know now. We know. We've seen the Maldo in AGS, and right now we're going to see Maldo in mediation. And definitely, because most of us that are here are judicial officers, all of us are judicial officers, mainly we are dwelling on court-annexed mediation or court-connected mediation. And definitely, we are thriving in that in Rwanda, and I'll be giving you the narratives with numbers in that way. But someone will wonder, how did we think of court-annexed mediation or ADR in that perspective to come in the dockets of the courts of Rwanda? And definitely we have experience that set us into this. Lady Justice that spoke from Rwanda in the morning here hinted on Gacaca courts. That was the catalyst of that made us spring into ADR. Definitely all of us know the history of our country, definitely know what happened after that, and we all know how we settled this through. Definitely the first game changer was Gacaca courts. And I don't want to dwell a lot to talk about Gacaca courts in this way, but definitely they inspired us that after the end of Gacaca court in 2012, they said if Gacaca courts can do this, then the classical courts, why can't we adopt this to come into our system? And that is when ADR started in being thought in this way. I would say I started an era of my career trying cases of genocide. And I would tell you, if we didn't have Gacaca, I just give a testimony that I usually talk about before I talk about ADR. I had a case one time in the 2000s when I was newly on the bench, and it had 100 and 2 suspects. And we are supposed to go and try that case on the scene where all this happened somewhere in the East. And we're supposed to spend there 3 months on only one case. We're supposed to hear witnesses, we're supposed to hear all the testimonies, we're supposed to hear all this, and it was ending in 3 months. In 3 months it couldn't, actually went up to another month and another month. And by the way, that is when they thought and said, this can't happen. Definitely, as everyone says, if we had gone the classical way, we would have gone into almost 100 and something years to give justice to these people that were in the docks, but also the victim, the survivors in this way. And Gachacha was a game changer. And after it phased out, as I said, and they said, why can't we try ADR and in particular mediation in that aspect? And that is when the Abunzi, which the first presenters talked about in the morning, Justice Nguji and Lady Justice Kalihangabo talked about Abunzi. And Abunzi, it's a N2 word. It's kunga, or it means mending. And by the way, they did tremendously very well, because I would give us statistics of the numbers that I've collected. In 1 year, they settled 48,000 cases, disputes. Now, these are disputes that were supposed to trickle into the court systems, and they ended up in the Abunzi. And definitely when the Abunzi system came into, because it settles on small claim disputes especially, they have a very small threshold that they settle in. It worked very well, and they saw it saving cases coming into the court and say, wow, this is something that is very tremendous, and we believe it can also be extended into the courts. And lo and behold, in 2012, that is when we think we saw the first engagement of court-annexed mediation in our courts. My lords, my ladies that are joining us, we're talking about a perspective of the Rwandan perspective in my paper on how ADR, especially mediation, or court-annexed mediation was enacted in our courts and what it has done. So I was beginning by giving a lay. I said I'm not going back on what, because we had a very good segue in the morning on talking about Maldo and the rest. So today we're only dwelling on our perspective, the Rwandan perspective, and the rest of the countries in this way. So I was talking about how we thought of ADR in our system, in the court system, on how we were instigated, or we had a vision from the Gachacha courts and then the Abunzi. And I was saying that in 2012 we had the first phase of pre-trial phases coming into our court. And when we were having pre-trial conferences, they said, why can't we add in mediation? That is when mediation was thought of. I remember very well, because I was heading a jurisdiction, and they told us, they instructed us, and they said, your court registrars, your court officers, let them try mediation at this instance. We thought it was something that was not workable, because it was the first time to hear mediation in our courts. But lo and behold, some registrars started because of the level of the registrars. And I could tell you that first year we had 40 cases that were well mediated. And that inspired us very well. Cases were settling. The years that flowed up, numbers were growing from 40 to 100 to 200 and coming up. That is when in 2018 they said, now these things are working. Now let us not leave it at the pre-trial level. We can now extend it to even the hearing level. That is, when the judge is hearing a case, they can also try mediation, or they can also suggest mediation, or even do mediation themselves. Actually, what is strange in our system, probably other countries will find it strange, the judicial officers do mediations themselves, the registrars do mediation themselves, and the private court accredited mediators that we have on the roll, Justice Lady Justice Kalihangbo talked about in the morning, they also help us do mediation. But greatly, the mediation that is done by judicial officers, surprisingly, in this aspect. So it worked. And I'll tell you, in our judicial year 2023-2024, we had 2,000 cases that were settled, and that was a very good number. And we say now we can upgrade if we can. We thought we'll only go to 2,500. And lo and behold, the last concluded judicial year, we had 3,199 cases settled in mediation, done mainly by judicial officers, judges and registrars. And we said this is really working very well, and we thought it could. This year, this judicial year, we've given ourselves a target of 6,000 cases to be mediated in mediation. And I would say the few months we have studied on our judicial year, we are now 2,000 cases that have been mediated in this way. And someone would think these are small claim cases. I want to give you statistics of the numbers of cases, of the figures of cases that are mediated. I only saw some few cases from the commercial court. I saw 5 of them, and in the last year, we had a case that worth 16 billion and 16.1 billion Rwandan francs. The other case had 19.5 billion Rwandan francs. This one that had 19.5 billion Rwandan francs had 112 litigants. The other had 6.2 million USD. The other had 6 billion. Now, last week they gave me statistics because this is my docket. I follow it on a daily basis. I have a weekly report that's last week when I was about to come here, they gave me another report that a commercial court had settled a case at 3 billion Rwandan francs. The other month, a judge in the commercial high court settled a case that had 7 cooperatives and 1,625 litigants. I'm now giving a perspective on what Coronex mediation is really doing. And by the way, when we were ending our judicial last year, one of the remarkable things that we saw that was drastic in the fighting of backlogs that everyone was talking about, that is an issue with us here, we saw a drastic decrease in the backlogs from 59 to 46% of our backlogs. And when the statistics were made, they found ADI, especially Coronex mediation and other mechanisms we are going to talk about briefly, were the causes of the reduction of backlogs. So it's showing you what we are doing, and heart is very much in here. So to add this or to have this in place, there's something that's supposed to be worked around this. And first of all, we definitely couldn't start without something in place, especially the laws. We are writing from our constitution. Our constitution, Article 10, says we're supposed to settle most of our disputes amicably. And after that, we were lucky that there were policies that were passed in the morning. Lady Justice talked about them. The criminal justice policy and the ADR policy, they give framework to us and the powers, and anyone that would want to resist will have somewhere to back up and tell we have a policy, we have the laws. We've had a criminal procedure law that has been amended and included in these mechanisms, civil laws, and actually we've had Chief Justice practice directions all come in place to try and help us in this way. So the legal framework, but we haven't ended there. We are also still working on something. We are working to see that we come up with a comprehensive area law. So we're working very closely with the law reform commissions and other entities that we think are notable in this way to see how we can have a comprehensive area law, probably like XY that way, and we think this will also be a very good game changer. But apart from the legal frameworks and the rest, there's a lot we've done. The Chief Justice set up an advisory committee on mediation that is now headed by our former Chief Justice. Some of you know Professor Sam Rujeje, who is doing very well in fronting this. But among the members in this committee, and we did it intentionally, we have civil society, and we have the president of the Bar Association. Now we did this intentional. As I say, one of the challenges we have is resistance. Even in the morning they talked about resistance from the learned friends. So we did it intentional, and we brought him on our Coronex Mediation Advisory Committee as the president of the Bar Association, or the president of the Law Society elsewhere. So he helps us very much in talking to his people one-on-one and tell them, please embrace mediation. Every time they're doing everything, he brings this. So it has helped us very much that the resistance we have from the learned friends, the lawyers, goes on a little bit subsiding in a way. So we've also had trainings. And we've had a partnership with the Edwards Mediation Academy, some of you know probably, and has given 40 hours training. It trains judicial officers, but also trains mainly lawyers. So we found out that lawyers that are trained in mediation, they will be very good emissaries of trying to front a mediation. Well, we also accredited private mediators, the ones that I talked about in the morning. We're actually now going to 6,000 private mediators that are on our roll. And we now use them. Recently, next week we'll be starting our Justice Week. We usually have a Justice Week. And we've asked some of these accredited mediators to do pro bono mediation. And we have selected, now it's coming to 300 cases, and we've given them, and they're going to be doing a pro bono mediation, going these services, giving back because they're on our roll, they're supposed to be doing this. But we still struggle with them because some of them say we need to do this for a living, we paid for ourselves to train, and we see how to negotiate around this. So basically, that is what we definitely have done around this. I'm rushing through because I was given limited time, but when we looked around and we said, why are we only doing mediation in civil matters, in civil, commercial, administrative, and labor? And when we have, actually 70% of our dockets are full of criminal cases. So that is when we started in 2023. That is when we rolled out plea bargaining. Now someone will say plea bargaining is mainly criminal. It's kind of litigious in that way. But our plea bargaining, we've installed it in mediation. So we tell the prosecutor, and they've been gracious enough to do that, they try in all, even a practice directives that were issued out by the Chief Justice, there's part that says you have to try and mediate the victim and the offender. And actually, I'll tell you, since our rollout of our plea bargaining, we have now 28,755 cases that have ended up in that way, but a portion of those cases have mediation in them where the victims and offender have mediated. So we're seeing how we're bringing mediation. When we saw this working, by the way, and we said, we still have some misdemeanors, we have pet offenses in our courts, why can't we roll out something that we call victim-offender mediation? In our criminal procedure law, it gives powers to the prosecutors and the investigators to do. But we're finding them reluctant because most of them are trained to be litigious and be prosecutors. So what we've done is we have issued our directives 2 months back. And I will tell you, lo and behold, from the time these instructions were issued out to now, we have 420 cases that have been resolved through victim-offender mediation done by judicial officers. Some of them are here, judges and registrars, and they're doing tremendous well. Now this is not only reducing, because they told us bridging and hastening justice. So mediation is bridging and hastening justice. This is not only helping us fight the dockets, but reuniting. I'll give someone here who is here, gave us a testimony, who is a judicial officer who did mediation this way, that when he was doing the victim-offender mediation, the victim said, me, what I want is not this person giving me back. I only wanted him to come and say sorry and acknowledge they did this, and I'm forgiving him. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that good? Very well. So that is what we are now adding there. We're restoring their relation, but also helping our docket. So in only 2 months, we've had 420 cases resolved in that aspect, and we're still going on. As I told you, we have Justice Week that is mainly dedicated to having cases resolved at the scene, but also have plea bargaining, have mediation, have victim-offender mediation done, and the judges and registrars and all this will be involved in this. So, as I wound up by seeing Madam Moderator looking at me, I'm trying to rush it through here. We definitely have challenges that I would dwell on, but I'll try to rush through them like elsewhere. First of all, limited public awareness. Now, there's a lot of apathy around this. There's people that tell us, we've heard about court-annexed mediation. It is in the docket that I work, it's only me that the judicial officer that appointed to oversee this. So it's me that's supposed to be on the TV, supposed on the radio, on the newspaper. So there's little struggle in trying to spread the gospel to tell these people. But we are working around the clock to see that awareness is done. I will tell you, we've had something that we've tried to innovate. We have our ISMS, which is the equivalent of the ICMES in Uganda and elsewhere. So in our system, when you log into the system and you file into the court, now the first notification you get is that you'll get an automated message that tells you, we've received your case, but you have an option to mediation. Isn't that beautiful? So, and that they put on my number. So whenever I'm somewhere, even on the weekends, I hear someone calling me and says, but I've heard something called mediation. I've heard about something called victim offender. What is that? And I will begin explaining them and then refer them to the nearest. So that is what we are working to curb awareness and all that. So insufficient professional mediators or professionals that are trained in mediation. We are the very few, there are not so many. And you know, mediation is professional. To do it well, the people have some skill, the 40 hours minimum, but we don't have enough of them, so we're still working around to see if we can train them. The inconsistent quality of practice, there are those that try to put themselves into that aspect and try to do that, but they're not well trained in that way. Well, institutional capacity, very much this is ADR and definitely a case where the courtrooms that we are built, we are only for litigation. So you'd find we struggle with getting space for mediation that is appropriate. And, but we are working around this now. The new courtrooms that are being built, at least we have a mediation facility. We have somewhere that you can have mediation or any other ADR facility. We also had some gracious donors that have helped us come up with an ADR center that is in Kigali. It is doing very well. It helps in plea bargaining. It helps in victim offender mediation. It helps in giving space in all this way, in that sense. We've also had, we've also had, all right, the other that I talked about is having the president of the law faculty come on board also. And we've had now something that we've thought of to start training mediation in the faculties of law. And in that sense, we've had people that have helped us now to start ADR debates, especially ADR clubs. And now the law students are now trained to also embrace ADR in that sense. So, in a nutshell, as I conclude, our way forward, I would think, like as everyone talked about this in the morning, but also I would think our way forward is we can take several steps together as an Eamja, as an East African community. I don't want to have it go alone. We think institutional ADR across all member states so that mediation can be an integral of justice delivery, not as an alternative. By the way, the forums I was in, I remember when the Chief Justice ADR forum in Kampala was flown, they were saying we should desist from talking about alternative dispute because it's appropriate dispute resolution. Isn't it true or false? True. Or from all this that we're talking about tells you that this is an appropriate dispute resolution mechanism. Others were taking forward and saying it's supposed to be called African dispute resolution mechanism, whatever way. But we should take it to that angle other than calling it an alternative that comes when we don't have anything to do. Actually, it should be the first thing in that way. Using technology to develop e-mediation. Actually, this is something that we've delved into and have tried. Our ADR center that I told you has also started online mediation, which is really working. As days go by, we're now going from the classical one-on-one or physical. And we had a case some years back when we had people, one, we had a litigant who was in Germany, the other was in the United States, and the mediator was at the ADR center. And they mediated and settled successfully. Actually, that opened our mind and we said, online mediation, ADR that is online should also be focused on and very much used in that way. So sharing experiences regionally, I'm so thankful the Honorable Chief Justice that are here started a forum, the African Chief Justice's ADR Forum, which we think is now fronting this very much. We had thought of us starting a judicial officers mediation when my sister Kendago was still in that realm, but when she went, I think we lost track and we are no longer connected. But I think from here we need to revamp it and start afresh and share experiences, challenges, and we see how we can move forward as judicial officers. So in conclusion, your lordships, colleagues, the future of justice in our region will not be defined by buildings or courtrooms. It will be defined by openness, innovation, and by a willingness to meet people where they are. Mediation and other idea mechanisms are not secondary or an alternative of justice. They are a bridge that connects people, restores relationship, and keeps the wheel of justice turning swiftly and peacefully. As we gather here in Nairobi, let us reaffirm our shared vision, a justice system that is accessible, inclusive, and truly people-centered. Actually, justice with a human face. That's how we usually say. The future of justice, Maldo, and mediation is one of the most powerful doors. And as I conclude, let me borrow the words of Martin Luther King. I have a dream that one day in our lifetime, we'll witness ADR not as an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, but as an appropriate dispute resolution mechanism. I thank you so very much.
Please give a big round of applause to the judge. Thank you so much, my Lord Justice Harrison, for taking us through, giving us insights on what is happening in Rwanda in terms of increasing on the uptake of ADR in your country. My Lords and your worships, please allow me to invite Honorable Justice Judas John Ketrima from Uganda to give us a perspective of what has been done in terms of promoting the use of ADR in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our moderator, your worship, my lords, the chief justices, my lords, your worships. In my culture, they say, once the big drums have been sounded, ideally the small ones should go silent. The Ugandan perspective was ably presented by the Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and therefore, ideally, I would have said or adopted the phrase that is commonly used in the Court of Appeal, that I have nothing useful to add. But having said that, he talked about the Hill report, even in the morning, which carried out a research and discovered two interesting things. In the Ugandan perspective, the research found out that 95% of the people encounter a legal problem. 95% encounter a legal problem. But 10% actually access the courts. So, it gave us a challenge. If we have the infrastructure in place, we have the judges, we have the magistrates, what is the problem? Why are the people not accessing our courts? It reminds me also, for those who are in a polygamous or polyandrous setup, because it can be either way, and the husband or wife is spending about 80% on one side and 20% on the other side. If you are in that setup, you can approach it in two ways. You can complain or lament. But I think the best way out is to find out what attracts this man or woman to the other side. And usually the reasons are simply three. I'll mention only two. Either the food on the other side is prepared well, or the environment on the other side is good. I'll not mention the third one. So it's how you approach it. Do you make an application for disclosure, for example? In our setup, there are guiding principles on how we can deliver justice, anchored in our Constitution. Under Article 126, it provides that justice shall be done to all, irrespective of their social or economical status. How can that be done in an adversarial system where somebody is heavily represented and the other party is not represented? Justice shall not be delayed. That's a major complaint in our systems. You've heard of cases that take 30 years. In all our jurisdictions, I think that's a common thing, that matters delay, and therefore the people are not attracted to our courts. Adequate compensation shall be availed to victims of wrongs. You heard from our Deputy Chief Justice where in some cultures, even if a matter has been committed and you pay compensation, that is adequate for them. In fact, when I was practicing, when I was appointed a judge, my first posting was in those jurisdictions. And it was quite common for you to go to a criminal session and half of the cases collapse. Because they have already done their traditional way of justice, and actually, they even warn the witnesses that you dare step in those courts after this system, you'll see what will happen. So it's quite common to have a session and most of the cases collapse because of that traditional system of justice. Reconciliation shall be promoted. How do you promote reconciliation in an adversarial system where, however flowery a judgment is, one will go home smiling and the other will go home crying? And then substantive justice shall be done without undue regard to technicalities. My lords and your worships, the biggest volume of cases, at least in my jurisdiction, when you carry out a census, the majority of the cases in our systems are actually miscellaneous applications. Miscellaneous application after miscellaneous application after miscellaneous application. And the substance is not handled until after 10 years. So, it's because of these guiding principles that the judiciary, but most importantly, because I have a privilege of being a trial judge and also a court annexed mediator, and I can assure you that the sweetest outcome of any dispute resolution, it's out of a mediation. Those days when I go out or when I go home and have a very sound sleep is when I have resolved a problem through those means. The amicable solution, where you see actually parties even having a handshake. In this jurisdiction, I know you heard of handshakes, and the methods that they arrived at are not usually through the court system. But even as a trial judge, there's something you will have resolved. You are sure that there will be no appeal, because everybody will be happy with the outcome, and therefore everybody will be settled at that point, and therefore it decongests even the court of appeal. It also saves you the agony as a trial judge of having your decision torn apart thoroughly by the appellate court. So it also saves you as a trial judge that outcome. So, it is as a result of these guiding principles that the government and the judiciary devised ways of how these principles can be realized. We have the government judiciary initiatives, like you've heard in the morning, the National ADR Policy, which is a roadmap to guide and popularize ADR through legislative and administrative actions. So as a result of that, we now have courts that are piloting court-annexed mediation. what happens is that courts are assigned mediators, and usually they appoint retired judicial officers. And the arrangement is that just give a chance to these people to talk to each other. As a trial judge or a trial magistrate, the average docket is about 500 cases, and that's the bare minimum. Now, the biggest pressure on a trial judge is a hearing date. Once the pleadings are concluded, the parties want their case to be heard yesterday. So we have said, as these people are waiting in that queue, because it's very unlikely, if you are following especially the principle of first in, first out, it's very unlikely that the case that has been registered in, say, 2026 will be heard and resolved in that very year. So we have decided, and that's how the practical way we do it, is that once the pleadings are concluded, the parties appear before a registrar for what we call summons for directions. And one of the things the registrar has to do, at least we have guided in the court I work in, that you must encourage the parties at that point to go for mediation. So, instead of coming to you as a judge for a hearing date, which you might give 6 months ahead or 8 months ahead, let these people be talking to each other before a court-annexed mediator, who is now, by the way, being facilitated by the institution itself. The institution has earmarked some resources to facilitate that process. And we say, go there for about 60 days, but if you think the solution cannot be found in 60 days, you can always come back to the judge for an extension. So, you avert the pressure of hearing dates by adopting that approach. But secondly, even after that process has failed, when the matter is now brought before the judge for scheduling, there is still an opportunity. There are cases you can peruse and say, I think this matter can still be resolved. At times, depending on the caliber of the mediator. So even at the scheduling, you still have an opportunity to refer these parties for mediation. We had developed the court-annexed mediation rules of 2013 that initially actually made mediation mandatory. As a matter of course, you'd have to send your matters for mediation. But I know that there's an amendment that is going to make it voluntary. Because, although for me I prescribe to the old school of having everything settled, some people believe some matters may not be settled. I believe all matters can be settled. When I was a registrar in the High Court, I had a judge, I will not mention his name, who believed so much in mediation, so much that's actually very difficult to find his decision anywhere. So, he believed in mediation so much that he resolved most of the cases before him. 90%. I think that's a study that we should undertake back home. Almost 90%. And the lawyers at times would complain that they would be forced to mediate. But no appeals would arise from that exercise, even on ground that parties were forced. So, his experience showed me that actually all matters can be settled through mediation. You know, he believed so much in mediation that he would not even take proceedings. And when he retired, they actually found no proceedings on his pending files, and the files had to be tried de novo. Yeah? But the important point is that mediation is something that we should try. It's a system that was in our old traditional methods of resolving disputes. If you are to remove all these perceptions, things to deal with corruption, for example, things to deal with delays, things to deal with the cost, I think mediation is the way to go. And to me, that's an alternative dispute resolution for the future. I would encourage all of you to embrace it. Not only that's the best way of handling disputes, but as you have seen, even the most dignified way in your retirement is not going back to practice, but to do mediation. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, my Lord, Honorable Justice Kitrima, for giving us a deep dive into what is happening in Uganda in terms of promoting the use of ADR as the best dispute resolution mechanisms. My Lords and your worships, kindly allow me to invite Honorable Lady Justice Aisha Sinda, the Judge of the High Court of Tanzania, to give us the situation that it is when it comes to implementing ADR, particularly mediation and other innovations in their country. My Lord, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. Good afternoon, my Lords and your worship. In the morning, the Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice of Kenya, asked all of us if we are happy to be here. I must say, I'm very happy to be here from the bottom of my heart. And it is such a great honor for me to share Tanzania's perspective on court-annexed mediation, on the initiatives on the court-annexed mediation and the initiatives we have taken to popularize private mediation agreement. I will start with a very brief introduction and the legal framework on mediation in Tanzania. Court-annexed mediation started in 1994, and this has tremendously helped us in reducing backlogs and also expediting dispute resolution process. The legal framework, specifically the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania, Article 107, subsection 2D, specifically promotes mediation in Tanzania. And the Civil Procedure Code mandates mandatory mediation, reconciliation, and negotiation in civil cases. And also, our laws over time have evolved, and in 2020, the law has evolved and citizens were given an option of settling disputes outside the courtroom. We now have accredited arbitrators, negotiators, reconciliators, and arbitrators who are recognized by the Ministry of Constitutional and Legal Affairs. These accredited mediators assist in resolving conflicts amicably. So this legal framework in the law aims to encourage amicable settlements and alleviate the burden on the judiciary. And mediators facilitate dialogues between disputants to help them reach a settlement amicably. I will next discuss with you the steps that Tanzania has taken in initiatives in court-annexed mediation and initiatives to popularize private mediation agreements. First, in 2015, marked a very pivotal moment for Tanzania in the evolution of the judiciary. The Mediation Center in Dar es Salaam was established to address significant challenges within the justice system. And the center handles civil cases, particularly those related to contracts, land disputes, and other matters from the High Court Land Division and the High Court Dar es Salaam Sub-Registry. And secondly, in 2024, the Judiciary of Tanzania introduced court-annexed mediation guidelines. Before that, we did not have any. And common mediation rules and guidelines were introduced in 2024. Our president, our president of the Tanzania Magistrate and Judges Association, Mr. Masawe, in the morning, talked about the problem of enforcing private mediation agreement. I would like to inform you that there are also proposed guidelines for private mediation, which are awaiting finalization and implementation. Once adopted, they provide a framework for private mediation, practice, and enforcement of private mediation agreement. At the moment, the practice is, if there is no case in court, the parties to a private mediation will be required to institute a case for breach of contract to enforce the private mediation agreement. The Judiciary of Tanzania have also integrated technology that is the e-judiciary, and we have introduced the online mediation. And before that, mediation could only take place in person, but at present, online mediation has revolutionized this process by reducing the need for in-person appearances and filing, allowing parties to engage remotely. And this has enabled parties from around the world to resolve disputes online without incurring the costs of travel and accommodation, breaking down geographical barriers and making dispute resolution easier for people in different locations. Just to give you some few statistics, from 2015 to 2023, the Mediation Center conducted 86 online cases, mediation cases, and in 2024, this number increased significantly with 178 cases resolved through online mediation, bringing the total to 264. These statistics demonstrate the growing adoption and success of online mediation in Tanzania. The Judiciary of Tanzania has also undertaken training programs for judges and magistrates, lawyers and paralegal to help them understand mediation and advise clients on its use. The Institute for Judicial Administration this year came up with the mediation training manual for judicial officers, which acts as a guide and a catalyst for change. This manual is available online on the Tanzli website, and you can all access it. The Judiciary of Tanzania also introduced a new technology known as communication access real-time translation, which converts spoken language into written text, which allow those with hearing impairments to fully participate in the conflict resolution process. The aim of this initiative is to enhance access to justice by making mediation and arbitration more accessible to all. The High Court of Tanzania Mediation Center has further popularized and promote court annex mediation and private mediation agreements by issuing awards to 23 outstanding judges, magistrates, private individuals, and institutions in 2024 for their contribution to resolving conflicts through mediation. Of interest, among the honorees was a very senior citizen from Twara region in southern Tanzania, who earned recognition for his exceptional role in resolving disputes, even at night. I don't know how many of you remain in court until at night to resolve disputes, but this very senior citizen did so. His commitment to conflict resolution has contributed greatly to the effectiveness of the Msimbati Primal Court in Mtwara, which has seen a marked decrease in cases. And lastly, the Judiciary of Tanzania has conducted public awareness campaigns in television and radio stations and disseminated materials to inform the public about the benefits of mediation, such as its cost effectiveness, speed, and ability to preserve relationship can increase its appeal. The GOT also encourages individuals to incorporate alternative dispute resolution clauses in their contracts to avoid lengthy and expensive court battles. As a result of this initiative, for example, by November 2023, a total of 1,532 cases from various divisions of the High Court in Dar es Salaam and the resident magistrate courts, the district courts, had reached the mediation stage, where 671, which is 44% of cases, were successfully resolved, a significant increase of 21% compared to the previous year. In conclusion, there are some challenges, example on the enforcement of mediation agreement, and some advocates not fully informed or trained on mediation. And this often results in delays and extends conflict resolution process. While challenges remain, we are making significant strides. The increase in the number of cases successfully mediated is a testament to the growing trust in the process. Our goal now is to streamline operation, improve training for all involved, and continue to expand public awareness of the benefits of mediation. And mediation has indeed become a vital component of Tanzania judiciary system, providing an effective and efficient means of resolving disputes. The initiatives reflect a commitment to accessible and timely justice, benefiting citizens and promoting peaceful conflict resolution. We have received delegation from the Judiciary of Uganda and the Judiciary of Zimbabwe at the High Court of Tanzania Mediation Center, just to mention a few, who came to learn about our operations and accomplishments since inception. I encourage the rest of the judiciary in East Africa as well to visit our mediation center to learn and share experience in court annex mediation and private mediation agreement. Karibuni sana. Thank you all for listening and for your dedication to advancing the cause of justice. I look forward to engaging with you all through the conference. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, my Lord. Please give a big hand of applause to the Lady Justice. And without further ado, my lords and your worships, please allow me to invite Lady Justice Caroline J. Kendagor from Kenya to give us their perspective. Thank you so much, my lord.
Thank you very much. I come from those communities where the name is as hard as the threat of going to court. They say the biggest threat that we actually make to one another is not that I will kill you. The biggest threat out there is that nitakupeleka kotini. So we share in the same experiences in terms of the objectives that we have in the implementation of mediation as an ADR mechanism in Kenya. Just to add a few pointers aside from the objectives that have been shared by the panelists, is that we also have an issue with fragmented litigation in Kenya. Instances where you have a case in Court 1, Court 2, Court 3, Court 4, sometimes even proceeding further. Then we have a bigger case which they have packaged and they make it look like that is the case, that is the reason why we are in court. But if you look at the pleadings that are presented in this case, you realize that the real issues in dispute are not what have been indicated in the pleadings. The real issues in disputes are those that transcend beyond the criminal cases that are there of assault, creating disturbance. What other cases do we have? Trespass, assault. And sometimes they graduate really, really badly, and we have murder cases. So we have those cases that are lying through in all our courts, beginning from Court 1 all through to the High Court. But if you come to the real issue in dispute, you find that it is an issue about land. It is a family dispute. It is a communal dispute. It is an issue that is beyond what they are asking us to resolve. And so if you are determining the assault case in Court 1, you have not resolved the real issue in dispute. If you are determining the murder case in the High Court, you have not determined the real issue in dispute. The fragmented litigations continue to happen unless the parties have an opportunity where they can sit together beyond the criminal cases and what other civil cases that could be there, and affording them an opportunity to talk about the real issues in dispute. That is what mediation affords to the parties, to sit at a round table, to forget the issue about rights, and now focus about the issue of interests. Before 2010, the implementation of mediation in Kenya largely depended on what the ADR interest groups were doing. So we have the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, we have FIDA Kenya, we have many other interest groups that were coming in and dispute resolution centers that were promoting the use of mediation and other ADR mechanisms. Then come the Constitution 2010, it moved away from that responsibility of what the Chief Justice mentioned in the morning and said, we move from being justices to being facilitators to being connectors. And so Article 159 of the Constitution of Kenya vested the responsibility now on the judiciary to promote the use of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. Such a heavy task, isn't it? Because at that time, when you look at it and you are sworn in and you're thinking your role is purely to just hear the cases, deliver that ruling and judgment and send away the parties, you realize that then that responsibility of promoting as facilitators, as connectors, comes in with a bigger role beyond just the focus of the case that is before you. Post the Constitution then, all the blueprints that we have had in the judiciary have included mediation as the justice initiatives that we have. And so it is also measuring really, really big with the current blueprint that we have of social transformation through access to justice. That is the blueprint of our Chief Justice. And then really, really grew the concept now about the conversation around multi-door. Coming to back to mediation and the history then about the focus of what was, we were waiting for the parties to have those conversations about the mediations and then come back and we record the consents that they bring forward. So connecting it now to a court-annexed mediation program started off as a focus on what we already have as the cases that we have in court. So it afforded the parties who have already filed their pleadings an opportunity where their matters are screened, they are assessed for suitability, and we send these matters to mediation. But the conversation needed to grow further. We had to look at this group of the 19% that don't have access, the 71% that are out there. And so currently we are also implementing private mediation, which affords an opportunity for parties who have not filed their cases in court, but are able to bring their mediation agreements to court. They are registered. They don't have to file a court case. We open a file. We put those private mediation agreements in a file. The rules provide that they can apply for adoption, and the rules also give an avenue where they can seek enforcement in the instances where a party has failed to comply with the mediation agreement. So that really addresses the concern that we are having about the fragmented litigation, because sometimes you have a ruling, a judgment that you deliver, but the parties keep coming back. A lot of the cause lists that we have, my Lord Chief Justices, are the cases that are coming up that it is a closed matter for us. It is a matter that we have removed from the system. But if you ask the parties themselves, it is still a pending case. They are following up on a notice to show cause. They are following up for execution. They are following up for warrants. There is always something that is happening, and those cases take a longer time than even the cases that we have that are coming for hearing. And so when we afford the parties this opportunity to register the private mediation agreements that are coming out, we cut the long journey that they would have of filing these cases in court. Once those private mediation agreements are transmitted, we receive them and we file. They are registered according to the nature of the case, the jurisdiction, because we also don't want to have instances where a case, a family, something that should have been recorded in the High Court is perhaps filed in the magistracy, and opening up those small loopholes that give an avenue for parties to run away from those settlement agreements that they have. So once the agreements come up, they don't have to do the hearing of the cases and order issues, a decree issues, just like it would issue if it was a ruling or a judgment that is emanating from the court process. So that about the bit now about the private mediation agreements. And just maybe before an overview in terms of what I think we can do to unlock and just harness and tap on mediation, a little back into the model, just to give a comparison with what we have, with what is happening in the rest of the East Africa countries. Kenya adopted more of a hybrid system. So we picked on what was happening in different jurisdictions, and we tried to come up with a tailor-made model that is suiting the needs that we have. Unlike the feedback that has been shared, the model that we have in Kenya still assumes a mandatory nature when a case is referred to mediation under the court annexed. So if it is a case that has already been filed in court, once that directive is made by a judicial officer, by a judge, that matter goes to mediation, then the parties cannot opt out of the mediation process. They have to submit to the mediation process, and then they come back in the event that they don't settle. And when we are sending them, we tell them, it is not, you don't tell them in the likely event that you don't, you tell them in the unlikely event that you fail, then we are ready to hear you. Again, a little different from the model in terms of the mandatory nature is that in Kenya, the mediators that we use are third parties. They're not judges, they're not judicial officers, they're not employees of the judiciary, but they are accredited by an institution that we have, the Mediation Accreditation Committee, that looks at their background, their training, accredits them, and assesses whether they are suitable to handle the cases that we have. And of course, we had an option to carry the conversation. When we were starting off the pilot, we contemplated the instance of having the judges and the judicial officers doing the mediation, but we realized that it was going to be so difficult in terms of the numbers. You find that in stations, maybe we have one judge or two judges or fewer judicial officers, and so if you were to remove that veil that you have as a judge and then act as a mediator, then a little sometimes the conflicts come in with what happens then if you are required to determine this case. And of course, borrowing in from the confidentiality nature of mediation, such that like what Judge said from Uganda, if you are handling a mediation, you shouldn't keep notes. There shouldn't be a history. There's nothing unwritten until the parties actually come up with a mediation agreement. So to try and really catch up in terms of the numbers, we opted to take a model where the mediators come from are external, as I've mentioned about being accredited. And they're these same mediators that we have, regardless of whether they have an active status, which means that they have paid their fees for that year to serve as quarter-next mediation, or whether they have an inactive status, which means they have opted not to renew their accreditation that year. They are the same mediators that we are going to now for the registration of the private mediation agreements, so that it gives an open window without necessarily restricting the filing of the private mediation agreements to those mediators that are already in the quarter-next program. A little different again in terms of the model is that our mediators are paid a honorarium. I can't call it a fee. It is such a nominal figure, about $200 that they are paid for each file that they handle, and regardless of the time or the length that is spent, or even how big or major the kind of dispute is. And then a little different also is that our mediators are accredited according to regions. So you cannot be a mediator that traverses across the country. We give you an option of about 5 regions that you select, and you are accredited for those particular areas. You are also accredited according to the kind of cases. And tying it in with what my sister would be sharing on the quality is that the focus shifted more in terms of a rush to have all the mediators doing all the cases, but now giving them an opportunity where they can select and say, I am a mediator that is better in family matters, I can accredit in that. I am good in commercial matters, I can be accredited for that kind of matter. In terms of the institutional framework, a lot more with what has been shared by colleagues on just setting up of the frameworks that support the implementation of mediation. We have a mediation accreditation committee that is chaired by Justice Odunga, a Court of Appeal judge. We have the steering committee on mediation that just graduated the other day from a task force. And these are the 2 committees that are helping us at a national level, now looking at conversations about policy, about the legal frameworks that we want to do, conversations about the training of the mediators, the quality of the mediators that we'd like to bring on board, the conversations about how do we push away the issue about mediation from just the quarter-next and now having it in the boardrooms, having it, pushing it further away, that we can have the same way we are setting up mediation registries, the same way we are setting up the Sebules that are handling ADR programs. Can we encourage other people from a national level that they are then setting up ADR departments in the Attorney General, that they are setting up ADR departments that are handling mediation in the universities, in all areas, because disputes will always be a part of us. Then we have a national secretariat that is chaired by a judicial officer. The steering committee that I mentioned is chaired by a Court of Appeal judge. We lost our chair, God rest his soul in peace, Justice Ocheng. He really gave us a large footing. We stood very tall on his shoulders. The committee now is chaired by Justice Muchelule, who is also a Court of Appeal judge. And then we have the National Secretariat. And the Secretariat now moves away from the, supports the steering committees, but it now focuses more on the day-to-day activities. The management of ADR programs is never really the same with what we are doing in terms of what we do with the court cases. So it requires a much more in terms of attention, a lot more in terms of the program work, and that is what the National Secretariat now comes in to support in terms of the day-to-day activities. The legal framework, we share a lot more the same. We also started off like a pilot. So we had pilot rules. And then after the pilot rules, very many things changed thereafter, because we also started on the same footing that you look at cases like what Judge said in Uganda. You're looking at cases and thinking that these cases, you know, I don't know about you, but tuko na hii tabia tunasema files zangu, si ndio? Kesi zangu, cost list yangu. So that thing really affects us as judicial officers, as judges, because when you are coming to look at the assessment and looking at these files and assessing their suitability, we tend to really think more that these cases deserve a hearing more than looking at it from an angle that these parties can benefit in another dispute resolution process aside from the hearing. And so with that, we changed so many things. We moved aside from giving the parties an opportunity to select a mediator. We realized we would spend the 60 days that we have in mediation just asking them to nominate a mediator. And so there's been a learning curve. And I think something that we should all borrow even as we are looking at the implementation. Because there's always something that changes, something that grows, a learning point from what the best practices that we are all doing. And so from the pilot, we moved to practice directions that gave us an avenue to just weigh in and try and see, is this working? Can we implement this? Can we give this? So it was like a give and take. And then boom, 2022, we have the court annex mediation rules now that have been enacted under the delegated responsibility to the Chief Justice. So they are mediation rules, and they are what we are currently using both for the court annex and again opening the avenue now that we can assist these parties that haven't come to court for the private mediation. We have an ADR policy, national ADR policy that is being discussed at the National Assembly. We also have a dispute resolution bill that is at the National Assembly. So the conversations are really growing, and we're excited that as an institution in the judiciary, we have led to the larger conversations, or rather really bringing up conversations of ADR to the table. In terms of what I think we can do going forward and harnessing it, and aside from the many initiatives that are being run across from the rest of the countries, is that a lot more in terms of us moving forward on mediation really depends first with us being converted about it, even before you can preach about it. Because you cannot preach about what you haven't been bought into. And so a lot more, even as we are encouraging parties, both who are already in the court system and those who are outside and have disputes and want to go through mediation, it is important that we understand what this process is about. So that as we are encouraging them, we are actually talking about something that we are all bought in about and something that we believe in. We can also enhance the conversations further. In Kenya, we have made it a standing agenda item for mediation, just like the same way that you'd have agenda items during the meetings, both under the leadership and management, when you're having conversations in the bar bench, in the CUC. So we can make mediation a standing agenda, so that as we are reporting about the security, as we are reporting about the bond, as we are conversing about what we are doing with the cases that we are sending to community service, can we also have a standing agenda item that we report about what is it we are doing in the promotion of alternative dispute, the appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms. Let us bring the mediators on board. Let us have the mediators as part of the CUC. Let us encourage performance appraisal where we can have feedback. Let us measure what we are doing in mediation. We're very excited the other day, Honorable Chief Justices, that for the first time under the leadership of our Chief Justice, we had the inclusion of mediation as an indicator, as alternative dispute resolution, as an indicator in the performance measurement that we are doing. Isn't that really nice? Can I call for an applause about that? Because you cannot promote what you cannot really, unless you can measure it, you can't touch it and you can't promote it. So if you're able to have those measurements, include, like the same way we are measuring how many rulings and judgments we are doing, can we also look at how many matters are we referring to mediation? Can we look at the conversations that we are doing the same way that we measure about the bar bench? Can we also measure about the sensitization programs that we are carrying out and talking about mediation? We also have a very robust digital front in terms of mediation and the model and framework that we are implementing. We have a system that we are now introducing the use of artificial intelligence to look at, help us look at appropriate mediators for the different kinds of cases, so that there's an automatic allocation and we can move away. We have similar numbers. Currently, we have about 2,600 mediators. So if you have such a big pool like that, you also don't want to start having instances of cases of complaints about allocation of these cases. So we are trying to use AI to pick out and tell us this is the best mediator for this matter, because our interest is that we are sending these cases to mediation, but we are sending because we want the positive outcomes, isn't it? So if you want the positive outcomes and the best to come out of the process, then we also must focus in terms of the mediators that we are focusing. And then lastly is also about the conversation now about what is working. When we started off with the launch and rollout of mediation, we just did 2 pilot courts. We did the family court and the commercial court, both in the High Court, because of the nature of cases that we have there. And then when we were starting off, we thought we would do a scientific rollout. So we started looking at cases that had the highest case backlog. We started looking at the cases that have the low satisfaction surveys, and we said, these are the courts that we are going to start off. Then we realized those are very, very good indicators when you are conversing about the issue of cases that you are hearing and determining, and perhaps allocation of resources, like in terms of financial or even the human resource allocation. But when you come to the table about conversations about mediation, there's a lot more to look at beyond just the issue of the scientific rollout and picking where you are rolling out. What can work out in Nairobi is not what is working in my home county in Elgeyo Marakwet. What is working in Garissa is not what is working in Mombasa. So tailor-making all that and just giving a focus in terms of beyond having the national framework that we have, the rules, the practice directions, the policy conversations that we are having at a national angle, what is it that we can do that can now give specific focus to each area? What can we do in the commercial court that can improve what we are doing in mediation there? There must be something that is different in the family court that we can add, that we can work around and include that maybe is not what we are already doing in the commercial court. So just coming about with those initiatives, in Kenya we started the focus, like I mentioned, in the High Court. Now we are doing all the courts across. And then after we had brought all the High Court, the Employment and Labor Court, the Environment and Land, the magistracy that is now our best court in terms of the numbers that are coming and being referred to mediation, we gave a focus now into what kind of a model can we work out that can work with the tribunals? What kind of model can we do that can work with the Court of Appeal? Now we are having developing the rules for the implementation of mediation at the Court of Appeal, and who never knows, maybe that Supreme Court dream will come through. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, my Lord. Please give her a big hand of applause. I have been tempted to ask Her Lordship to stop, but honestly, our conversation was very intriguing. Thank you so much, my Lord. Thank you for preparing. I take this opportunity to invite Her Worship to please take us through what still the Kenyan perspective is on ADR, particularly mediation, and then mediation agreements. She's Honorable Her Worship Josephine Maragia. Thank you so much. I welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My Lord Justices, distinguished guests, it's my profound privilege to share with you about this topic, mediation. And my task has been simplified by my lady and mentor, Justice Kendagol. So I'll skip most of the bits from the introductory. I will focus on optimizing court-annexed mediation in Kenya through procedural justice. Procedural justice is just about giving people voice, autonomy, and self-determination. So allow me to skip that because much has been done since morning. I do not want to bore you by repeating. Allow me to move to that page, problem statement. And as Justice Kendagor has pointed out, in Kenya, we appreciate a lot has been done. And I'm privileged. I was lucky to be part of the team that were doing the piloting. And when we sit back, we can see that we can say truly there's been a lot of progress. Justice Kendagor has walked us through 9 years. A mediation come in Kenya started in 2016, and we have come a long way. We are still going far. And my task is just to lead us in having this discourse. How can we sustain this court-annexed mediation? Thank you so much. How can we have it sustainable? From morning, we realize that ADR or CAM is seen as a panacea to adversarial court justice system. Then we need to be careful that we do not slip to the adversarial nature, even in mediation. So when we started talking about mediation, one of our challenges then was convincing members of the bar to embrace mediation. I'm glad that the lawyers have embraced mediation, and most of them are proposing, it's coming from them. They are proposing to us to have their matters referred to mediation. So we made a lot of progress. But then there's a challenge, which is now the problem statement. Whereas it's expected that CAM offers a level playing ground for disputants, the reality is that the process is dominated by repeat players who focus on the economic aspects of the dispute, leaving out the emotional aspect of the dispute. Who are these repeat players? These include the lawyers, the mediators, and us. Yes, us. So we have to acknowledge that even in mediation, there are inequalities, because it's about giving people power to determine their disputes. And you realize that people are not on equal platform. There are those who are advantaged and there are those who are disadvantaged. There are disadvantages. There are inequalities based on economic, social, resources, expertise, knowledge. And once we refer these people to mediation, we leave it to the mediators. We assume that the mediators are going to balance these inequalities. We have to be realistic so that this, we find a way of balancing so that the weaker party can have voice through the mediation process. Why is it a problem? Unless we do that, the people are going to find this process illegitimate. They are going to reject it. And at the end of the day, we go back to where we started. So, sorry, I'm skipping most of the pages because, as I said, there's been discussion about it. So, I want to talk about mediation in Kenya takes a form of facilitative, where the mediator does not suggest solutions, but helps the parties to talk and have come out with a tailor-made decision that fits them. But then you realize, as I said, you realize that there are these inequalities and the culture that we are used to, our idiocracies, our way, our norms. Our people have gotten used to the adversarial system. It's a paternalistic society where people will prefer that someone assists them come up with a solution. So you find that it's a challenge at some point, And especially where we have sharp power inequalities, the facilitative nature may be problematic to the less advantaged disputant. So we may need to think of ways of expanding this mode of mediation so that we allow the mediators, where there are power inequalities, they can customize it. They can use other methods like evaluative nature of mediation. They can bring in the cultural aspect so that the people, the consumers of justice, can benefit from that process and can find it responsive. Remember, the danger is that we must make this process responsive, and we must not get back to the adversarial system that we've been talking about, even in ADR. I want to share an experience I had where I referred a matter to court annexed mediation. It was a burial dispute, and of course, I'm happy the parties were able to resolve. They came back for adoption of a mediation settlement agreement. But then there was a challenge. So when I was about to adopt that agreement, I could see that there was some tension, there was some problem. And I wondered, I was not clear what this problem really was until my court assistant stood up and gave me a look that suggested that something was terribly wrong in the room. And then I just paused, and then he whispered, he said that there's something that these people want to do before the adoption of this agreement. So I allowed them. They just asked for 1 minute. They stepped outside, and I came to learn that there was a symbolic cow that was handed over to the lady's side. The lady had passed on. The dispute was that the man had not paid dowry, so the lady's family were not able to allow the man to carry on with the burial of this lady. So there was a symbolic cow that was handed over to the family of the lady. Then they came back to court very happy, very jovial, smiling, and the agreement was adopted. So it kept me thinking that as much as we are celebrating the achievements in CAM, we need to pause and think that we have a duty to customize it. Let us not take the approach. Modern mediation emanates from the US. And the model we have adopted, as Justice Kendagor has pointed out, is more of the US model. So we need to pause and think that, do we take everything? We need to caution ourselves that we are in the danger of adopting everything and at the end of the day get back to where we started. This system, again, is not working. We will not wish to go back there. So I want us to have a discussion about, we need to think, how can we customize court annexed mediation, ADR in general? How can we make it homely so that the people who we are focusing can find it homely and can accept it. So that experience was an eye-opener, and I want to challenge all of us as we go back to our areas, to our countries, to our stations. We need to come up with ways of customizing this ADR and even in mediation to work for us. There's also another aspect. I talked about the economic aspect, the right-based approach that has been frontiered by the lawyers and even us, but now we are forgetting about the emotional aspect. We are fatigued by the numbers, and as I stand here, as a judicial officer, we feel the pressure. There's a lot to be resolved within our court dockets, and there's the danger of forgetting. There's the danger of getting excited that these matters are being resolved, and then now we go statistically, we forget about the quality. We need also to focus on the quality. We need to see that there is fairness even in this process. there is this temptation of leaving everything to the mediators and expect that at the end of the day, the mediators will come back to us with the resolutions. As a court, we have a duty to take care of that. I want to share a second case to illustrate on the emotional aspect. There's a family, the Sabia family. It's a family in the US. They had a very unfortunate experience. The family had twins at birth, unfortunately. One child passed on. It was a stillbirth. One survived. But then the one that survived was, the brain was severely damaged. And this family filed a case of medical negligence, and they pleaded several issues of negligence, including that the gynecologist did not have an opportunity to see the lady before he walked into the delivery room. So, but in reality, that is what was in paper. But in reality, this family did not know what really happened. They just wanted to understand what had happened. They wanted an appreciation. They wanted an apology. But then the lawyers representing this family did not understand the emotional aspect of this family. They went the right-based approach, framed up issues, negotiated, and came up with a very handsome compensation. It was a good amount of money that was capable of taking care of this child into adulthood. Obviously, they were very excited, but then the family was not happy. Why? They were not given an opportunity. They were not able to meet with the hospital to see the doctors that got involved so that they could be appreciated and apology. All that they wanted was an apology.
Your Worship, you should be winding up in the next few minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm winding up. So let me rush to the recommendations, which are in 3 thematic areas: pre-mediation, during mediation, and post-mediation. So pre-mediation, we need to provide adequate information during the case screening and referral. You realize that our approach is that we look at the file. We do not have an opportunity to see who are these people behind the file. We need to think of a way of including the disputants, even seeing who they are. Maybe sometimes we could be referring matters to mediation where people are blind, the people who have special abilities. So we need to include that, provide what is expected, and what are the other alternatives other than court-annexed mediation, reconciliation. What are the other alternatives? And then we also, that happens at the pre-mediation process. During mediation, customized mediation, have already talked about it, enhancing mediator knowledge and skill, providing secure and safe environment, and empowering disputants by linking CAM to other community agencies. I talked about power imbalances, so we need to think of a multidisciplinary approach. One of the presenters, I think it was Tanzania, talked about pro bono mediation. So let us not assume that when we are giving people power to determine their disputes, they have capacity. We need to think of ways of helping them, especially the less disadvantaged, so they can benefit from other multi-agencies. I'm thinking of a case between a parent and a child, an employer and employee. It's obvious that these people will not have a level playing ground during mediation. And some mediators may have challenges in balancing this. We also need to think of enhancing mediator knowledge. We have made some progress, and Justice Kendago talked about a mediation accreditation committee that deals with training and ethics issue, but we have a challenge. There are many institutions coming up, and we have a challenge with control and ethics, so we need to think about these issues, have a discussion on how we can increase the skills and the mediator and the ethics so that these people who are very critical can be able to ensure that there is justice, there is fairness during the mediation process. Finally, post-mediation, I don't know, when the mediation settlement agreements are brought to our courts, what value do we give them? Do we send people away? Do we tell them that you have already resolved your dispute, stop interfering or stop coming to court? We have a duty to adopt, and we have a duty to make them feel that this is like any other court judgment. In case of any contempt or any other thing, then they need to come back to us such that people can have confidence in mediation, people can appreciate the ADR process in general and mediation in specific. Remember, as I'm about to stop, if we fail to ensure procedural justice in ADR and mediation, then we fall into the danger of the adversarial process, because there is a great temptation. As I said, this process is being piloted, is being preached by us who are already rights focused. We are already in the adversarial process. So we must take care. Let us not smile when the lawyers are suggesting mediation. Of course, it's good progress, but let's ensure that they do not take their adversarial nature in the mediation process. And also the customization of it. I want to take emphasis on that. We can borrow a leaf from Ghana and Nigeria. They have done a lot in that. So let us have our own. As one speaker said in the morning, that this AJS was ours. It was taken by the Western people. So let us not be brainwashed. This is our thing. Let us make it homely, customized, so that it can be legitimate and our people can appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening, and may God bless you.
Please give a big round of applause to her worship. Thank you so much for the presentation. My lords and your worships, I understand we are tired, but the nature of the topic that we are handling now is that I feel everyone wants to know how best we can do it. Our judiciaries are grappling with a heavy workload. We have heavy backlogs. We have invested heavily in electronic systems. We have done Zoom hearings and all those things, but still we have not been able to give the people of our nations the quality of justice that they desire. So when we come here and we're talking about mediation, it is one of the pathways that is going to help us to become more efficient and effective as the institutions of the judiciaries from our respective countries. We're going to take 5 minutes of plenary if we have any questions, concerns arising from their presentations. If we don't have any, then we shall probably thank them for their presentations. My lords and your worships, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, my lords and your worship, for the presentations. My name is Sarah Tsime, Registrar from Ugandan Judiciary. Mine is a comment. I appreciate all that we have learned, and indeed mediation is the way to go, or ADR. We've heard of mediators, for example, abusing their calling or their positions, for example, asking for transport from the people they are mediating, or adjourning the cases for long, which defeats the purpose of a mediation. For example, we have had cases of mediators adjourning the case for 3 months, 4 months. Yet the purpose of mediation is to quicken the process. What have our different jurisdictions done in order to monitor ADR to see that the mediators are doing a job, but with ethics and integrity? Because we may be misled that, yes, ADR is good, But are we monitoring them? Because there's that aspect where some mediators are not behaving well. What is your comment about that?
Hello, DCJ.
So I think the question I wanted to ask, actually, Sarah has asked it. Because, Kendago, I think you mentioned private mediation, which is taking root here. And my worry is about monitoring. Because you can end up with, for example, higher costs before mediators than what would happen in the court. So maybe, do you have statistics on, for example, how many mediators you have disprinted or deregistered, something like that, and maybe the lessons you have learned out of that process?
Another hand somewhere behind. Yes, please, my lord.
Thank you. Mine are also a bit related. One, don't you think that generally we should have what we can call remuneration order for mediators? Now, especially for the private, because now that disparity will lead to some kind of uncouth activities taking place. Then number two, it's again disciplinary mechanisms, especially for the court accredited mediators, because most of them do a lot of funny things. And again, sometimes you wonder how they were accredited when you look at what they're doing. Because, for example, a mediator comes and tells you, I went to the chief, I did this, I went to the school, and I found that this one is lying, so I put them down, and they have to agree. Who told him or her to go to the chief? So they do very queer things outside there, very queer. In fact, there was a time I was even forced as a DR mediation to tell the court assistant not to give work to some mediators because of the things they do. They do very queer things. How are we, is there a disciplinary procedure for the accredited mediators and a follow-up to see each and every day the judicial officer or the deputy registrar makes a report, say every month or every year, on all the mediators before him to ensure that there's some kind of discipline in that aspect?
Two more questions, and then we take the microphone back to their lordships.
Thank you very much to all the presenters. I think you've done a fantastic job. Now, for me, my concern is on the kind of ethical issues that are rising, and it looks like it's generally the whole of East Africa, because I thought that maybe it's only in certain places that this is happening. Because we are finding that because of this issue of being paid when you have a settled case is now forcing many of these mediators to coerce parties to settle. And for that reason, then you find that the rate of settlement where people are feeling that I'm fully satisfied with this is very minimal. So we are finding that even when people have settled, they're still coming back again to court, either to set aside those settlements, or, they're saying that they don't even want to come for mediation at all. So what we are thinking is that what efforts have you made, or what interventions are there, even in all the East African countries, to ensure that these people go through refresher courses? Because they don't seem to understand what's going on, and the kind of colleges that people are going to study this mediation also is very questionable. So that will be my concern. Because otherwise then it will not be something which people want to try. Thank you very much.
The last question, we are taking only 5. We are left with only 1 slot. Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, presenters, for the wonderful submissions. I have one quote I would like to make from Honorable Josephine Maragia's presentation. She says, or her presentation states, the focus of settlement rates, though practically commendable, causes some mediators to coerce parties to settle. my understanding is that that is how most of our judiciaries measure the value of court-annexed mediation. That is the practical numbers of how many cases are settled through CAM, court-annexed mediation, is how we measure the performance. Shouldn't that be the case? That is question one. And question two, is there another model of assessing the value of court-annexed mediation which does not consider settlement rates or considers settlement rates and other factors? Those are my questions. Thank you.
My lords, we can please have the microphone and answer back.
Thank you very much. I'll speak giving the Rwandan perspective on how we've handled this, especially on the first question Worship the Registrars talked about, especially the time frame where the private mediators will take the files and probably adjourn them endlessly. Now, what we've done, and that has been answered and solved in the practice direction of the Chief Justice, where they've clearly indicated that a session that is out of court, that is mediation that is going to be handled out of court, should be strictly 1 month period, that is 30 days. Now, if you want more days, again, you have to petition the court and tell them we're still in process and give us more time. So you can't go more than a month and second and without any follow-up or giving up petition to the court. So that is how we've handled that, and it definitely has worked out. When we see you have adjourned twice, we'll say now this can't work, bring it back to the dockets of the court and we'll go through it to litigation. That is how we've handled that. And then the fees probably on how, probably they will coerce the parties to mediation. That is why we started off very much with judicial officers, those that we can definitely follow up and definitely know that they will not do this because they're after money and all that. But when the private mediators came and we're having a role that is going up, now we set up fees that are put up by the judiciary. From the primary, if a case is in the primary court, there's a certain fee you can't exceed when you're a private mediator. That is intermediate court, high court, court of appeal, and the Supreme Court. It's standard. So that is how we're trying to frame that. And now on the ethics, we've seen that the judiciary is now getting a little bit of issues with following up on all their ethics. Now we are so lucky that there's an institute called the Rwanda Institute of Private Mediators that has come, that has been inaugurated recently. And actually, one of their tasks is to follow up their ethics and integrity. So now it eases our burden, like the judiciary, to follow up on each and judicial private mediator in that aspect. So that is how we're handling it. But I would say till now, and the numbers that we have on our roll, at least I know one that has been deregistered because of ethical tendencies. The rest are really working well in that aspect. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. I'll respond on the accountability for unethical behavior for for mediators. In Tanzania, we have rules which provide a framework for addressing unethical behavior among mediators. And if it is a judicial officer, such as a judge or magistrate, who serves as a mediator, any ethical breaches will be subject to disciplinary action under the Judiciary Administration Act, number 4 of 2011. And for private mediators, penalties will be enforced in accordance with the guidelines established in the rules for appointment, remuneration, and disciplinary of mediators of 2024. Thank you.
My Lord Justice Kitrima, you have 1 minute. Each of the panelists is going to have 1 minute only, and then we close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On the question of the ethical standards for mediators, One, the bit of mediation is that somebody does not force an outcome. In our jurisdiction, it's facilitative. So you cannot impose a decision on the parties. That would be unethical. And we are going ahead now to develop, actually, a code of conduct for mediators. That's something in the offing. Now, with regards to adjournments, there are strict timelines in our mediation rules. It's 60 days. After 60 days, you are expected, if you have not concluded that matter, you're expected to go back to the judicial officer and seek for an extension. I think if that rule was enforced, we would not have those challenges of long adjournments. On how we pay our mediators, we have come up with a mechanism that is not based on full settlements, so that mediators are enticed to force people to settle. In my jurisdiction, once you have a successful mediation, you are paid 300,000 shillings. If you have a partial outcome, you'll be paid 150,000 shillings. Even if you have a failed mediation, you'll be paid 100,000 shillings. In that way, the mediators are not enticed to force people to settle because they know every outcome there is some payment made. I wanted to talk about the challenges, especially with regard to the advocates. It's only for them to have an economic mind. Be an economist. Once you're selling things and earning little profit, the rate of turnover is high. So we should encourage our advocates to charge little. I mean, to take whatever is offered to them. But what we have gone ahead to do in our jurisdiction is that in the advocates, the remuneration and taxation of courts regulations, we have made provision for attendances in mediation. So the advocate is able to earn on every attendance, and I think the figure is about 100,000 shillings. So on that note alone, you inform them that you are not doing this in futility. There will be an outcome because your attendances are paid for. I think that's what I can respond to so far.
Thank you. I will respond on the issue of focusing on settlement. And Lady Justice Kendago will, I think, respond on the issue of ethics and the progress that has been made in Kenya. Yes, settlement rates is one way of measuring success in mediation. However, my opinion is that we should not have that settlement agreement exclusively as a mode of measuring success. Even where parties frame issues for determination is success. Partial settlement is success. So it's a question, it's an issue of attitude, it's an issue of the mind. We need to change our perspectives because the moment we focus on mediation or on settlement alone as a way of measuring success, then we have the danger of having mediators coercing or pushing parties to settle, and that will be counterproductive. I think I will leave the issue of ethics for Lady Justice Kendago to tell us what we are doing in Kenya to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maragia. We have a code of conduct, Honorable Deputy Chief Justice, and in the accreditation committee, we have a subcommittee that just deals with the issue of regulation as well as complaint handling and disciplining of mediators. Not a very good thing to mention, but we have mediators that have been struck off the register of accredited mediators. So there's a whole complaint handling process, including a requirement in the mediation rules that the mediation deputy registrars in the places where we have set up the mediation registries are required to prepare an annual report that talks about the mediators that we have. And then about the issue again on ethical issues, we went back to look at it more in terms of mediation being a new frontier. there are so many people that are coming in, various professions that are coming in, very many training institutions like has been mentioned. So we went back to the drawing board to look at it in terms of, is there a way then that without necessarily stepping into the space of the external, which should come from a regularization from a national level, what can we do then about the conduct of the capacity of the mediators that we are having? So the accreditation committee came up with a harmonized curriculum, which is a minimum. We say you can come from whichever training institution that you have trained. But if your training institution does not cover this minimum curriculum that we have, then we don't accredit you. You're required either to go back to an institution that can offer the continuous training, so now you cover those units and then you can come back. And then we also have introduced a CPD program where for mediators to renew their accreditation every year, they must have shown that they underwent some training during that period. But allow me to just throw it back to us again about the issue of mediators. And thank you so much, Secretary General. The conversation around how you can pick up to see how are these parties that we sent to mediation, how are they faring on? It can only happen if we put an active case management for the cases that we have referred to mediation. That is when you will be able to get the feedback that they are having challenges with the mediator. That is when they can tell you of maybe any special arrangements that can be made that can facilitate the mediation process. And then, of course, the issue about the inclusion of the mediators in the programs that we have. So we have a way of just having the conversations and getting even them to give us feedback about what they are doing. And then the issue about capacity building is something that can never really be done from a national level. We must make it our business from the courts that we are serving in to ensure that we are having conversations with these mediators. Some of them are not lawyers. Can we train them about how these settlement agreements should look like? Can we train them about how do they handle difficult instances, including our colleagues in the bar, so that we don't have an instance of non-compliance or we start having issues that come up with counter-accusations about each other on the conduct of the mediations. So there's something that in our own spaces we can all work about to handle the issue of the capacity and ethical issues of mediators. Asante.
Thank you so much, my Lord. Please give a bigger hand of applause to our presenters. Thank you so much, my lords, and I thank you so much, Your Worship. My lords and your worships, we come to the close of the day. This was the last session that we had, and I take the opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to moderate a topic about mediation, something that I'm very passionate about. My name is Nanteza Zulaika. I am a Deputy Registrar attached to the Alternative Dispute Resolution Registry of Uganda. Thank you very much. Have a blessed afternoon.
Right, thank you. You can take your seats. Thank you very much, panelists. As well as the moderator. That was rich, isn't it? I know after lunch sessions are problematic, but that was rich. And I would just like to invite the panelists. Are they listening? The Kenya Judiciary Academy is setting up an African journal on judicial practice and studies. And I think listening to the 6 of you, including the moderator, who was muzzled because she was a moderator, but she has a lot to say, I can see 6 journal articles coming from this. And by the powers conferred to me by your various Chief Justices, please reduce this or develop this into 6 journal articles so that we can publish them for wider reach and for wider engagement. This is extremely useful. It's an emerging area. The challenges are there, which is why we need to bring the discourse to a bigger forum. So please we'll pursue you to develop this into journal articles that people can read and engage with for a long time. A couple of announcements. QR code. Where is the QR code for this session? For evaluation, we want to evaluate this session as well. Please, giving ourselves 1 minute to where the iPhones, I'm not seeing as many as they are in the room. Welcome, Commissioner Justice Anthony Murima. Please scan. We need 100% response evaluation. Please scan the QR code and give us feedback on this particular session on mediation. Is technology cooperating? I'm not seeing many people at the back scanning. Please scan the QR code and give us the feedback and the evaluation. Then two other announcements as you do so. One, the Tanzanian delegation is required to remain here once we finish with this particular session. So the Tanzanian delegation have been asked to ask you to remain behind. There's a photo booth for the conference near the entrance where the registration took place yesterday. So please record yourself into history by taking a photo at the photo booth. And lastly, tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. That will be the arrival and registration of delegates, and the proceedings begin at 8:30. So let us be here at 8, register between 8 and 8:30, so that at exactly 8:30 we begin with our first session tomorrow morning. Otherwise, this brings us to the end of day 2 of the conference, and on behalf of the organizing committee and KMJA and the president of KMJA, I want to thank you for making this a success, and see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in the morning. Thank you very much. Tanzanian delegation, please remain seated here. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.